Imagine if Vosh leaked his actual taxes and we all had a social. Oh, there was never a chance of that happening. I file my taxes by wadding a bunch of $1 bills into an envelope, gluing it shut, and emailing it. Wait, mailing it to the White House. There's no useful information in there. What's up, folks? Taking a Kaczynskiite approach to filing my taxes all year, every year. Your hair looks really handsome today, Vosh. Thank you. I really appreciate that. I had a larger breakfast than usual. I woke up really hungry. That's why stream was late. I woke up and I thought, oh man, do I feel sick? Like, am I sick today? Why do I feel like such shit? And then I realized it was because I forgot to have dinner last night. Because I was playing so much Valheim. God, I was running around mining copper. So I woke up really hungry. And yeah, that's Valheim is boy dinner, you know? So I had to have big breakfast. Big breakfast. Copper is so heavy. Yeah, it is. You should smoke weed to increase your appetite, Vosh. That's true. Hold on 1 second. Okay, you know how yesterday's stream we talked about how the investigation into Biden's mishandling of classified documents concluded with a report that described his memory as, and I quote, dog shit? I got some angry emails over that. You know, whenever I criticize Biden for stuff, I feel like, oh man, I don't know, man. I feel like back in 2019 and 2020, Biden was clearly too old to be the president, but it wasn't as much of a deal as it is now. And I feel like it's gotten a lot worse, but people still remember when those criticisms were made back in 2020 and they were like less pertinent, you know, they were like less true. So when they hear them now, they're like, oh, well, it's just like before. When 4 years have passed and Biden is definitely more cooked than he used to be, you know? I got some emails over that. I saw a clip from 2016 and wow, he's deteriorated a lot in 8 years. Yeah, he actually had a press conference to discuss the release of that report on his mishandling of classified documents, and he defended his memory. We need to see that, like, first and foremost, come on, because he gaffes in this, as I understand it.
As you know, the special counsel released his findings today about their look into my handling of classified documents. I was pleased to see he reached a firm conclusion that no charges should be brought against me in this case. This was an exhaustive investigation going back more than 40 years, even into the 1970s when I was still a new...
He can't even pronounce correctly anymore. He can't enunciate. He can't do, like, the hard stops after syllables, you know? Everything that he says is, like, slurred together because, I know he has a speaking disorder, but, you know, again, president, right? He also used to be able to do that. It's even beyond having stutter. Yeah. It's clearly not just, like, a stutter or whatever. Like, anyone who believes this is purely the product of a pre-existing speaking condition is just totally off. Here's from 2016. Oh, yeah.
Based on what he's saying, people wouldn't be calling him a democratic socialist. That's how he characterizes himself in sort of European terms.
Like, look at that. Night and day. Night and day. He's talking normally here.
The democratic socialist parties in Europe.
But why is she having trouble?
Well, I think that Bernie is speaking to a yearning that is deep and real.
Look at that, like, incomparable. Completely incomparable, you know? Like, yeah. This was back in 2016. He's talking kind of favorably about Bernie. Yeah. It's not just like a speaking disorder. It's clearly because he's ancient. Joe Biden back in 2016 is what I think of when I think of like an old guy who's competent, like who sounds and speaks competently. He's just too old. It's not even a personal dig. I'm not even like tearing him apart over this or whatever. Like this isn't even like lefty, like, you know, dig at Biden lefty hysteria shit or whatever. Like this is clearly true, you know? I feel like a lot of Democrats just don't want you to bring it up.
United States Senator. The special counsel acknowledged I cooperated completely. I did not throw up any roadblocks. I sought no delays. In fact, I was so determined to give the special counsel what he needed, I went forward with a 5-hour in-person interview over 2 days on October the 8th and 9th of last year, even though Israel had just been attacked by Hamas on the 7th and I was very occupied. It was in the middle of handling an international crisis. I was especially pleased to see special counsel make clear the stark distinction and difference between this case and Mr. Trump's case. The special counsel wrote, and I quote, "Several material distinctions between Mr. Trump's case and Mr. Biden's are clear," continuing to quote, "most notably, after given multiple chances to return classified documents to avoid prosecution, Mr. Trump allegedly did the opposite."
What is the utility of talking about it, though? In fairness, Logical Pretzels, like, that's an insane precedent to set. Like, this is all the DNC's fault. If we accept the logic that, like, that would make me the DNC simp that lefties accuse me of being. If we unironically adopt the logic of, like, yeah, the DNC may have forced us into this position, and yeah, he may be the presidential candidate, and yeah, this may be totally fucked, but let's not talk about it. Because, you know, like, anything we say negative about him is a concession to the GOP. Don't get me wrong. I think that Trump's brain is cooked too. But, like, it's not the same. Trump has always been kind of completely fucking incoherent. He's always waffled. What matters most for being a president, like, what the president says is almost irrelevant. What matters most is how the president comes across, the way they present themselves, their level of perceived charisma. And Donald Trump, even though his brain is clearly melting in his skull, you know, he could die any day, who knows? He still has the I don't know, he still has the energy to deliver information in a compelling manner. Biden doesn't. He kind of just slurs his way through everything, you know? Like, no matter what the speech or subject, he just goes, like, none of it comes across with, yeah, it's Rizless behavior. And, you know, he's just very, very old. Didn't you retweet something about the transition to Kamala Harris starting? It is very funny that the POTUS account would tweet out this right in the middle of, like, this renewed discussion of Joe Biden being too old to be president, you know? Because Kamala Harris has basically never come up in the administration. She's been silent and invisible. So for like everyone to be talking about this again, and then right as they do it, it's like, oh, here's my vice president, you know? Look at how not ancient she is, you know? Genuinely, how shit of a president would Kamala be policy and stance-wise? Oh, she'd be about the same, I imagine. You know, she seems like an empty puppet to me. The main issue is that she's incredibly unlikable and uncharismatic. I think she'd be a weak candidate. Who would you prefer, Beto or Gavin? Beto O'Rourke. Gavin is a slimy piece of shit who's been compromising progressive bills in California because he's, like, looking forward to the presidency. He's already selling out his constituency. Beto O'Rourke is, I don't know, he's pretty libby, but I get the feeling he's relatively authentic. I mean, definitely compared to Gavin, at least. Why is Kamala the empty suit VP again? I don't know. I mean, that's just kind of how it turned out, right? I don't really talk about Kamala Harris much because she doesn't really warrant talking about much. Like, there's a million clips of her being embarrassing when she talks broadly. The last thing we saw of her was her being asked on a show why young people are so upset with the Biden administration's handling of the genocide of the Palestinian people. My words, not theirs. And she was like, well, I think young people are just stupid and don't really get it. And they're dumb and they're stupid. I forget exactly what she said, but I think that was the gist of it. Beto's "I'm gonna take your guns" line was so fucking bad. Yeah, not really the Texas sell that that I'm looking for, I think.
According to the indictment, he not only refused to return the documents for many months, he also obstructed justice by enlisting others to destroy evidence and then to lie about it. In contrast, we went on to say Mr. Biden turned in classified documents to the National Archives. And
I thought that was Pelosi. Oh my God, you're right. That was Pelosi. That wasn't Kamala Harris. See, guys, I'm not racist. I don't even see race. No, you're right. Then when was the last time we saw anything from Kamala Harris? Literally, when was... Yeah, I'm sexist, not racist. When was the last time we saw anything from Kamala Harris? I'm not joking. When? Kamala Harris was the one who couldn't answer questions on what the administration was going to do on Roe v. Wade being overturned. Oh, that's right. Yeah. They were being asked about Roe v. Wade going to get overturned, and Kamala Harris was just like, like she had nothing. Oh, that was so long ago, too. She did an awful interview after Roe was overturned. They hid her in her basement. I don't get Kamala Harris. She was one of the most progressive people in the Senate in terms of her voting record, and you have to have some kind of charisma to be attorney general, right? Like, you don't get to the position of being attorney general without the ability to speak. That's like your main fucking job in that field. What happened to Kamala Harris's brain that made her what she is now? Like, did she get her first hit of like adrenochrome and she just had an allergic reaction and half her brain died and she's been wheeled around since then? Like, genuinely, what happened? I have no idea. Microchipped? Yeah, I guess they fucking roughly microchipped her. I don't know.
Department of Justice consented to the search of multiple locations, including his home.
No, the Israel question was Kamala Harris, not Pelosi. Wait, really?
Across the country.
It was Kamala Harris, you stupid... Ooh! Why do I listen to chat ever on anything? Pelosi was a different thing. God, I hate you guys. God, ooh. Oh my God.
Sat for a voluntary interview and in other ways cooperated with the investigation, end of quote. I've seen the headlines since the report was released about my willful retention of documents. These assertions are not only misleading, they're just plain wrong. On page 215, if you had a chance, I know it's a thick document. On page 215, the report of the special counsel found the exact opposite. Here's what he wrote. There is, in fact, a shortage of evidence that I willfully retain classified...
I think she's trying to avoid her more aggressive attitude on the national stage because she wants to avoid being the, quote, angry black woman. I can understand that. And in fairness, black women are subjected to, like, insanely high standards for behavior that white people are. Like, if Donald Trump acted like a black woman, the memes they would make about her would be more racist than anything you could fathom. Like, they would, like, the drawings, like, if anyone as belligerent and stupid as Donald Trump was a black woman, like, it'd be fucking insane, you know? People would lose their goddamn shit. If Trump was acting like a black woman? No, if Trump was a black woman. If Trump was a black woman, the standards they would hold her to would be fucking insane, you know? Acting the way he does. You misspoke? What did I say? If Trump acted the way he did as a black woman, you said acting like? Acting the way he does? Acting like Trump. You said if Trump acted like a black woman. Oh, no, I guess like Trump already acts the way that racists say angry black women do, doesn't he? Like, seriously, every like stereotype you can imagine being applied, he already acts like the stereotype of being like, I don't know, angry or belligerent or crude, right? Like, all of that shit is already fucking applied, you know, but his followers love it. So if he was a black woman, all of that shit would instantly come into play. And likewise with Kamala Harris, like, the standards to which she is held are way the fuck higher than if she was just like a random white guy, I guess. Queen Trump, isn't he already a queen? when black people fight, oh, they're retarded. When white people fight, oh, they're... Yeah, it's the same thing you'll see in, like, degenerate fucking subreddits, like, I don't know, True Public Fights or whatever, or True Public Outbursts, or whatever the fuck that place is called, where it's like, if there are two white dudes fighting, all the comments will be like, hey, yo, the boys are at it again, let's go, had a few too many brewskis, I wonder who's in the wrong, maybe they're both in the right, let's go! And then if it's two black people fighting, it's like, we need to purify our country of these, ooh, I'm so mad, fucking, and then they start talking about like racial cuckoldry or something because that's always on their minds. So to wrap this up, I understand why Kamala Harris might feel like she has to toe the line really carefully, but whatever the fuck she's doing right now, it's not working and it's not necessary and she should stop. Okay, like just any strategy rhetorically, but this one.
Materials related to Afghanistan. On page 12. The special counsel also wrote for in other documents, the decision to decline criminal charges was straightforward. The evidence suggests that Mr. Biden did not willfully retain these documents. The evidence said I did not willfully retain these documents. In addition, I know there's some attention paid to some language in the report about my recollection of events. There's even reference that I don't remember when my son died. How in the hell dare he raise that? Frankly, when I was asked the question, I thought to myself, it wasn't any of their damn business. Let me tell you something. Some of you have commented, I wear since the day he died, every single day, the rosary he got from Our Lady of...
Okay, this pretty much confirms that what was said in the report was true. The emails that were upset with me implied or outright stated that the person who wrote that report was lying when they wrote that, which... I think that's an outright conspiratorial take, you know? Like, the investigator just added that and it was completely fake or whatever. I mean, maybe. It's not impossible. But at that point, we might as well go, oh, well, this like, Biden-appointed judge lied when they said X or Y. Like, I don't really have any evidence to contest that. And Biden certainly has demonstrated a propensity for big gaffes and misspeaks. I mean, he gaffes a lot in public. Can you imagine how much he does it in private? Like, in public when he has a fucking teleprompter to go off of, compared to in private, you know? As somebody who misspeaks and waffles all the time, the idea that he would do that is, I mean, pretty credible to me, I guess. Some people are saying this report is similar to Comey, that did not indict Hillary Clinton, but publicly cast doubt in her character. To be fair, okay, I don't think the whole emails thing with Hillary Clinton means that Trump should have won, but casting doubt in Hillary Clinton's character was the correct thing to do, right? Or, like, that's not unjustified. The shit Hillary Clinton did with her, like, separate email server, where she was conducting official business off of the record, like, fuck yeah, that's shady as shit, you know? I don't think she was doing any crazy deep state stuff. I just think that she's a power-hungry piece of shit who just... I think that Hillary Clinton is very Nixon-esque in that she's by default very cynical and paranoid, and that she wants to, like, make her own record trail and not leave it up to other, like, agencies or like systems to keep a tab on her, like how Nixon recorded himself because he was so fucking paranoid. You know?
Every Memorial Day we hold a service remembering him, attended by friends and family and the people who loved him. I don't need anyone to remind me when he passed away or if he passed away. Simple truth is I sat for a 5-hour interview over 2 days of events going back 40 years. At the same time I was managing an international crisis, their task was to make a decision about whether to move forward with charges in this case.
It wasn't Comey's place to editorialize? If you're talking about, like, recommendations for prosecution one way or the other, I can understand it being relevant information to, like, you're entering something into the public record, like, pretty important shit. We're talking about, like, an investigation into the trustworthiness of a potential president. And it makes sense to me that, like, as part of that recommendation to whether or not you go to trial or not, like, part of that information would include, like, hey, this was really fucking shady, but I don't recommend trial. I think the main fucked up thing with Comey was just, like, the time that he did it seemed calculated to increase the likelihood of Trump winning, but that more has to do with the time of the release, and people would have been mad if it had happened too far before or after anyway, so, I don't know. I just kind of feel like Hillary Clinton maybe shouldn't have done obviously corrupt shit. Would have been cool if she didn't do that, I guess. I think, maybe. Possibly.
That's their decision to make. That's the council's decision to make. That's his job. And they decided not to move forward. For any extraneous commentary, they don't know what they're talking about. It has no place in this report. The bottom line is the matter is now closed. I'm going to continue what I've always focused on, my job of being President of the United States of America. Thank you, and I'll take some questions.
Do you think people switched their vote to Trump after the Comey report? Maybe some, but probably not that many. People's minds are mostly made up by that point, I feel. He sounds pretty old, Vosh. Yep. The FBI and DOJ should not editorialize or comment beyond the evidence of the case. For some reason, Garland decided that making a Republican operative the special counsel was a good idea. Okay, do you... Without getting into this too much, do you understand how I might think that what you're saying here is, I don't know. Never mind. I feel like, my understanding of the way these reports are written is that details like this are often included, whether or not they're an official part of the report. You can argue that Biden was done dirty, I guess, or that Hillary Clinton was done dirty. But I don't necessarily have an issue with information like this being provided about public figures, presidents-to-be. I don't know.
Something the special counsel said in his report is that one of the reasons you were not charged is because, in his description, you are a well-meaning elderly man with a poor memory.
I'm well-meaning.
This is me, by the way.
And I'm an elderly man, and I know what the hell I'm doing. I've been president. I put this country back on its feet. I don't need his recommendation. It's totally
How bad is your memory, and can you continue as president?
My memory is so bad I let you speak. That's
Do you
my
feel your memory has gotten worse, Mr.
No,
President?
my memory is not good. My memory is fine.
No, guys, the person he's responding to here is a piece of shit. It's fine. This is exactly what I mean. This is exactly what I mean when I talk about charisma, though. Like, the fact that his age is getting in the way of it, okay? Like, that right there should have been a crazy zinger. That was a good one, right? But he's too old to deliver it properly. There's no weight or energy behind it. And I know this sounds really dumb, but again, he's the president. This is really important, actually. Donald Trump would have landed that line. You know what I mean? But he hesitated, he fumbled it. Like, that's the problem, you know?
Well-meaning, and I'm an elderly man, and I know what the hell I'm doing. I've been president. I put this country back on its feet. I don't...
Everything that he says is delivered in the exact same neutral tone. There's no, like, intonation or, like, emphasis being placed, you know? That line is fine. The line's great, actually. I think the line is great.
I need his recommendation. It's totally...
How bad is your memory, and can you continue as president?
My memory is so bad I let you speak.
See, like, that's a good... So, again... It's not about the policy that he puts forward. It's about how well he can govern and project his image of America onto the country. That's vital. That's one of the reasons why, by the way, the right wing is so good at dictating the culture war. Isn't it weird that despite being a minority and wrong, the right wing is always the one deciding what we talk about? For the most part, that's because they have the energy and the aggression to dictate the terms of the conversation, whereas it feels like the left is always responding to what is being said. The Dems have, like, a greater amount of voters in power, like, on average, you know? You'd think they would have more presence than that in terms of, like, what gets spoken about, but they don't. And a lot of that, I think, is because of, you know, stuff like this. The president of the United States, Joe Biden, doesn't have the energy to really, you know, he can take the stage physically, but not really, like, metaphorically. Donald Trump could do both.
That's
Do you feel your memory has gotten worse, Mr. President?
My memory is not good. My memory is fine. My memory... Take a look at what I've done since I've become president. None of you thought I could pass any of the things I got passed. How'd that happen? You know, I guess I just forgot what was going on.
Mr. President. Voters have concerns about your age. How are you going to assuage them? And do you fear that this report is only going to fuel further concerns about your age?
Only by some of you.
Mr.
President, you were cleared of criminal liability today. Do you take responsibility for at least being careless with classified material?
I take responsibility for not having seen exactly what my staff was doing. It goes in and points out things that appeared in my garage, things that came out of my home, things that were moved not by me, but my staff.
Wait, so he's blaming his staff? I actually think that he's correct when he does this, by the way. It's very likely that a lot of the classified documents that were moved around were done at the behest of the enormous, like, understudy of aides and interns and assistants that he had. Unlike Donald Trump, who literally was like personally directing a conspiracy to collect and hide top secret documents at Mar-a-Lago, and we have text messages proving that he was directly involved in it. This is older stuff, and it seems more like carelessness or poor management. It could have been directly done by him, but I don't really think there's a motive, you know, unless like something else comes up. So in all likelihood, this is probably like his staff just kind of shuffled around, you know?
Mr. President, for months when you were asked about your age, you would respond with the words, "Watch me." Many American people have been watching, and they have expressed concerns about your age.
That is your judgment. That is your judgment.
See, this is exactly what I mean. The Democrat line seems to be, like, if you think that Biden is too old to be president, that means you're dumb. Like you can't notice that. You're not allowed to notice that. You're not noticing that even, which is like, come on, man. You know, I'm reminded of, hold on, let me see if I can get the clip of this. Hold on. Reagan age, speech, debate, retort. Can I get, is this it?
Mr. Truitt, your question to President Reagan.
Mr. President, I want to raise an issue that I think has been lurking out there for 2 or 3 weeks and cast it specifically in national security terms. You already are the oldest president in history, and some of your staff say you were tired after your most recent encounter with Mr. Mondale. I recall yet that President Kennedy had to go for days on end with very little sleep during the Cuba Missile Crisis. Is there any doubt in your mind that you would be able to function in such circumstances?
Not at all, Mr. Truitt, and I want you to know that also.
After that, Ronald Reagan, despite being A, deeply senile, and B, incredibly old, that was the end of it. He played it off perfectly, and that was it, you know? This is the last time something like this ever really happened, right? Like this age being this much of a centerpiece of a presidential run, and him, you know, rebutting it that effectively. It was a great line. Unfortunately, a lot of being the president is just being able to riz. In fact, I'd say that's most of being the president, you know? Mondale won like 2 states. Oh yeah, you want to see the Reagan-Mondale election? Election results? Behold. There you go. Imagine being a leftist in the 1980s. Politics is, at the end of the day, a popularity contest. It's not about who can run the country best. Yes, but also keep in mind, being able to run the country well and being popular are one and the same from the perspective of the presidency. The president doesn't write the bills. Nobody, the people, lobbyists write the bills. Aides write the bills. The president doesn't write the bills. The president might be like a guiding moral center. They might be a moral compass. They might have strong opinions. They might have the will to get things done. But at the end, you guys are like 5 years. Come on, guys. Jesus. The president might have the will to get stuff done, but at the end of the day, the way they project that will is through their charisma. An uncharismatic president can't get anything done because the president is, at the end of the day, I mean, literally the commander-in-chief, right? The job of the commander-in-chief in both a civilian and military sense is to lead the people who work beneath and around them. And you're kind of a bad general if you can't get people to go along with your way of thinking, even if your way of thinking is really, really good, you know? You could have the most radical socialist president in the world win, but unless he was capable of getting the country on his side, he's not going to get anything done. You guys understand me, right? This is why the Riz issue is so important. Don't forget they must be good at foreign diplomacy as well. Yeah, well, yeah, but that's part of the Riz, right? That's part of being able to communicate your intent and will with other people.
That is not the judgment of the press.
They expressed concerns about your mental acuity. They say that you are too old. Mr. President, in December, you told me that you believe there are many other Democrats who could defeat Donald Trump. So why does it have to be you now? This
is a good question. Again, you know, my understanding back in 2020, the general understanding as I understood it, was that Joe Biden was supposed to be a one-term president to, like, bring about order and stability after a turbulent Trump administration, but after that he'd be ceding the floor to new young blood. But then that just didn't fucking happen. The DNC actively squandered efforts to promote any kind of challenge to Joe Biden's presidency. Joe Biden didn't announce that he was going to resign. Like,
because I'm the most qualified person in this country to be president of the United States and finish the job I started.
Do you believe that, guys? Mr. President, why are you confusing the names of world leaders?
Thank you, everyone. Thank you very much.
I did not share classified information.
Remember how everyone mocked Bernie supporters for saying they would have him run a third time? Now they're doing this with Biden. Yes, literally, yeah. The whole like, don't worry, I've got a plan. I know how Bernie can still win. Bernie 2020, Bernie 2024. That was like a meme people made fun of, but we're doing it with Biden. You know, like that. Like it's that we're doing that.
I did not share it.
With your ghostwriter.
With my ghostwriter, I did not. Guarantee you did not.
But the special counsel said in the report
he
that
did not say that.
Okay.
He did not say that.
But Mr. President,
let me answer your question. The fact of the matter is, what I didn't want repeated, I didn't want him to know, and I didn't read it to him, was I had...
Is the suit good, though? No, Biden's suits are unexceptional. I'm sorry. They're better than Trump's, but they're not good.
In a long memorandum to President Obama, why we should not be in Afghanistan. And I was multiple pages. And so what I was referring to, I said classified. I should have said it should be private because it was a contact between the president and the vice president as to what was going on. That's what it is referring to. It was not classified information in that document. That was not classified.
He called on me. When you look back at this incident, is there anything you would do differently now? And do you think that a special prosecutor should have been appointed in the first place in both of these cases?
First of all, what I would have done is oversee the transfer of the material that was in my office, in my offices. I should have done that. If I go back, I didn't have the responsibility to that. That was my staff was supposed to do that, and they referenced that in the report. And my staff did not do it in the way...
Is yelling aggressively really the best system we have for journalists? It's a White House press conference, yeah. We've been doing it like this for centuries. It's done like this pretty much everywhere in the world.
That, for example, I didn't know how half the boxes got in my garage until I found out staff gathered them up, put them together, and took them to the garage in my home. And all the stuff that was in my home was in filing cabinets that were either locked or able to be locked. It was in my house. It wasn't out in, like in Mar-a-Lago, in a public place where...
Handshaking.
None of it was high classified. Didn't have any of that red stuff on it. You know what I mean? Around the corners? None of that. And so I wish I had paid more attention to how the documents were being moved and where. I thought they were being moved to the archives. I thought all of it was being moved. That's what I thought. Now, what was the last part of your question?
Whether a special counsel should have been appointed in this case and in the case of your rival president, former president.
I think a special counsel should have been appointed. And the reason I think a special counsel should have been appointed is because I did not want to be in a position that they looked at Trump and weren't going to look at me, just like they looked at the vice president. And the fact is they made a firm conclusion. I did not break the law, period. Thank you all very, very much.
Well, no, the conclusion was rather that it wouldn't be worth bringing charges because it would be difficult to prove intent But, you know, whatever. It's stuff like this too. Like he just looks kind of lost by default, you know? Like this is a lost expression. Yeah, I don't know. It's really fucking depressing, man. Yeah.
The hostage negotiation, look. I'm of the view, as you know, that the conduct of the response in Gaza, in the Gaza Strip, has been over the top. I think that, as you know, initially the president of Mexico, Sisi, did not want to open up the gate to allow humanitarian material.
He means the president of Mexico. Or sorry, the president of Egypt, not the president of Mexico. This is the gaffe. I do think it's incredibly funny, though, because relative to what's being discussed, the border, the crossing they're referring to from the Gaza Strip is also the southern border of Israel adjacent to Egypt, you know what I mean? So it's like he's thinking like, what's the country that's just to the south and there's a border crisis? Mexico, you know? This is incredibly funny. The president of Egypt does look Mexican, which is incredibly funny. Whoa, that's racist. Unless it's true. Hold on. No comment.
To get in. I talked to him. I convinced him to open the gate. I talked to Bibi to open the gate on the Israeli side. I've been pushing really hard to get humanitarian assistance into Gaza. There are a lot of innocent people who are starving, a lot of innocent people who are in trouble and dying, and it's got to stop, number one. Number two, I was also in a position that I'm the guy that made the case that we have to do much more to increase the amount of material going in, including...
Biden is throwing Sisi under the bus for not letting aid into Gaza when it's Israel. To be clear, like, the shit going on in Israel right now is fucking insane. However, Sisi and Egypt broadly also really sucks. I'm not letting Egypt off the hook for this, okay? They're pieces of shit.
Including other items.
Apparently, Egyptian people find it funny because they already call Sisi the Mexican. Why do they call the president of Egypt the Mexican? Is that a thing that was already the case? Or is that just... Because I just Googled it and all I'm seeing is stuff for the past 24 hours. It's due to his stutter? What the fuck does that have to do with anything?
I've been on the phone with the Qataris, I've been on the phone with the Egyptians, I've been on the phone with the Saudis to get as much aid as we possibly can into Gaza.
Mexicans do the exact opposite of stutter. Yeah, you can't even speak Spanish if you have a stutter. If you're born in a Spanish-speaking country and you have a stutter, they throw you from the cliffside, like the babies in the beginning of 300. You know what I mean? You can't speak that language with a stutter. Are you fucking kidding me?
We're also in badly need of help. And so that's what we're pushing. And I'm pushing very hard now to deal with this hostage ceasefire. Because, as a, you know, I've been working tirelessly in this deal. How can I say this without revealing it? To lead to a sustained pause in the fighting, in the actions taking place in the Gaza Strip. And because I think if we could get the delay for that, the initial delay, I think that we would be able to.
This is amazing because there's a deep and long-running meme on Egyptian social media of calling Sisi the Mexican. I'll let the leadership of Egyptian Twitter explain the details, but this is a real gift to them. The reason of the meme is this hero, while he was demanding him that we want the prices to go down, and instead of saying President Abdul Fattah el-Sisi, he named him Abdul Fattah el-Makasike, aka the Mexican, and the rest is history.
رسالة لرئيس الجمهورية عبد الفتاح المكسيكي عاوزين الأسعار تنزل يا ريس عاوزين الأسعار تنزل أهم حاجة العيش بتاع الغلابة يا ريس.
That's pretty true. All right, well, now we know.
To extend that so that we could increase the prospect that this fighting in Gaza.
So it's literally just racism. Wait. It's not racist for Egyptians to have a meme where a guy called him Egyptian, so they call him Egyptian. That's not... Okay, whatever. Moving on. Irrelevant.
Changes. There's also negotiations. You may recall.
Is it racist?
In the very beginning, right before Hamas attacked, I was in contact with the Saudis and others to work out a deal where they would recognize Israel's right to exist, make them part of the Middle East, recognize them fully in return for certain things that the United States would commit to do. And the commitment that we were proposing to do related to two items. I'm not going to go in detail, but one of them was...
What do you mean about Egypt being responsible for the Gaza genocide right now? Only Israel is responsible for the Gaza genocide right now. Egypt, however, has been incredibly uncooperative. The Egyptians don't want Palestinians coming into their country. Like, they're making things a lot worse. I'm not letting the blame off of Israel at all. I'm just saying that Egypt is really could be doing a lot better.
Was to deal with the protection against their arch enemy to the northwest, northeast, I should say. The second one, by providing ammunition and material for them to defend themselves. Coincidentally, that's the time frame when this broke out. I have no proof what I'm about to say, but it's not unreasonable to suspect that...
God, he's so fucking old. Will Biden's gaffes matter to voters?
A feature of the US political conversation is the age of the people who look as if they're going to be the nominees for their various parties. And President Biden, of course, demonstrating just this week the dangers of that in mixing up names of world leaders. This has been something that has been happening. And
yeah, but I mean, why should Egypt be responsible rather than just Israel stop the genocide? You're waffle versus pancaking me right now, Quoteth. I just said Egypt is being a bastard about this. It's not a matter of like whether or not it's not Israel's fault. It's not an either or. Israel can be doing a genocide and Egypt can be a piece of shit as well.
Been remarked upon, and no doubt the Republicans will seize on that.
Well, that's right. It's interesting to see that Donald Trump and Joe Biden are not that far apart in age, but all the focus on age is on Joe Biden. And possibly when we look back, this week might prove to be the most important for Joe Biden in his election campaign, even months out from the vote. As you say, in quick succession, he's mixed up former leaders of Germany, of France, and then in the very press conference.
I got this clip that was just from a little like later last year where he called Viktor Orban, the leader of Turkey, which is pretty funny.
Very honored as a man. Victor.
So while watching this clip, I want you to pay attention to the stuff that matters, okay? Donald Trump gaffes just as much as Biden does. The difference is the way they speak.
Orban, did anyone ever hear of him? He's probably like one of the strongest leaders anywhere in the world. And he's the leader of, right? He's the leader of Turkey. Fronts on both Russia. Yeah, you could sit down. We'll be here for a little while. We got plenty of time. What the hell?
See?
I'm very honored that you're all standing, but sit down. They'll be standing in a couple of minutes as soon as we say some of the things they like, because they're waiting. They're waiting for that. But Viktor Orban, and he's the head of Hungary, and he runs it tough. Let me tell you, he runs it properly. He runs it strong with crime and everything else. He runs it strong. And he doesn't let terrorists into his country.
Terrorists.
They said, what do you recommend for Joe Biden if you could tell him anything? I tell him to resign and let Trump become president, because nobody ran. China, Russia, North Korea, nobody ever did a job like Trump did a job. I tell him to get out, let Trump run things like he...
See, Donald Trump gaffes all the time. He's completely incoherent. If you actually transcribe what Donald Trump is saying into text, so this is like a semantic thing. This is like a theory of language thing. Some people would argue, including myself, that the meaning of a speech or of any sentence or any verbal communication is not like the technical meaning of words laid out in the order that they are, but rather the conveyed meaning. And if meaning is conveyed effectively, then the sentence was correct in its intended goal. Now, what you'll notice with Donald Trump is that even though the shit he says is incoherent textually, he's very good at conveying meaning. There's very rarely any like ambiguity with what he's saying, because what he's saying is usually very, very simple. Crime bad, authoritarianism good, this bad. There's not much nuance in what he says. And for that reason, because the message is very simple, it's easy for him to waffle and say whatever the fuck he wants while conveying that same essential meaning. Now, this is an element of charisma. This is charisma, by the way, okay? And just to be clear, and I'm gonna get people real mad about this one, but I mean it, okay? That skill to effectively convey meaning while like jumbling words is how slang is formed. There are plenty of slang terms that are today used really commonly, but 10 years ago would have been seen as completely incoherent. And the way that they the way that they're I guess broadly adopted is that a slang term is constructed to replace another term or to like convey a certain meaning, but it just feels right. You know what I mean? Like if the substitution of the word effectively conveys the truthiness, if you will, then you can get across the same fundamental meaning, right? This is the case for all slang. This is the case for slang that originates in, like, I don't know, the Midwest amidst like farmers, or I don't know, people whose job it is to like pick up crumbs left of the highway overpass from drivers passing by tossing their like granola wrappers out the window, and from like urban POC Black or Hispanic cultures, where, by the way, which is where 99% of slang comes from, because they're cooler than we are, you know. Because basically all slang in the English language, like almost all of it, is initially picked up by queer POC people, people of color people, queer POC, and then broadly POC, and then queer white people, then white women, and then broadly everyone. This happens all the time. And it's almost always about how do you convey meaning with a different arrangement of words than people were accustomed to beforehand. There's nothing wrong with the process. And for that reason, you know, I don't think that this is Donald Trump being uncharismatic. I just think this is his style of charisma. He waffles all the time, and he gaffes all the time, and his brain is definitely soup. I'm not denying that. But there's no denying another fact as well, which is that his brain soup doesn't prevent him from conveying the intent of his words, whereas Biden's do. Biden's lack of energy, the fact that he slurs everything that he says, the fact that he, you know, his misspeaks are genuinely confusing and unnerving and weird, in a way that that Trump's often just aren't, because he just has the energy to deliver it. That's it, really. It's a problem. I wish that like DNC types wouldn't deny it, you know? Here in the UK, a lot of our slang is Indian in origin influence. Really? I didn't know that. That's interesting. Makes sense. Could it just be Trump's unrelenting confidence? I don't think it's that. For one, I don't think he's that confident of a person, to be honest. I just think he's a Rizzler. And for two, if you look at how Biden used to speak, even back in that clip in 2016, he sounds plenty confident. You kind of have to be that powerful politically, right? There has to be some level of confidence and charisma to be any kind of leader on that level, right? You know, Kamala Harris notwithstanding, I suppose. So, yeah, I just think it's age. You know, you slow down. Let me see if I can find a speech from Joe Biden back when he was vice president. Yes, American politicians do also tend to be very old. That is true. Election 2012, Joe Biden's full DNC speech. Does Biden understand what's happening? I think that Biden is coherent enough to know what's going on. I don't think he's fully senile or whatever. It's just he can't really speak that well anymore.
Get right to it right now. It's your voice, your vote, which is 25 days to
seen before.
It's been done a couple
This one got personal.
Jack Kennedy lowered tax rates, increased growth. Ronald Reagan.
Now you're Jack Kennedy.
Barb after barb.
I know you're under a lot of duress to make up for lost ground. But I think people will be better served if we don't keep interrupting each other.
Well, don't take all the 4 minutes then.
Biden was often dominant.
Stop. Give it more than 2 seconds.
Maybe a little too dominant. Republicans claimed he interrupted Ryan 82 times, often breaking out in laughter.
Dude, shut up!
Even when Ryan was talking
Shut up!
about Iranian nukes.
And all I have to point to...
Biden was...
Are you fucking kidding me? Who linked this? Bring me the head of the person who linked this. Is this a joke? Why would you... Why? Is this a fucking joke? Is this a fucking... bit? Is this a meme? It's this video? Fine, this video. God help me.
We have the strongest economy in the world. We have the most productive workers in the world. And given a fair shot, given a fair chance, Americans have never, ever, ever, ever let their country down. Never. Never. Ordinary people like us who do extraordinary things. We've had candidates before who attempted to get elected by appealing to our fears, but they've never succeeded because we do not scare easily. We never bow. We never bend. We never break when confronted with crisis. No, we endure, we overcome, and we always, always, always move forward.
See, this is the difference. Joe Biden wanted us to come, and Kamala Harris wants us not to come. Here's the Jack Kennedy clip without daytime commentary.
Is mathematically possible. It's been done before. It's precisely what we're proposing.
It has never been done before.
It's been done a couple of times, actually.
It has never been
Jack
done
Kennedy
before.
lowered tax rates, increased growth. Ronald Reagan.
Now you're Jack Kennedy.
Ronald Reagan. Republicans and Democrats have worked together on this. I understand you guys aren't used to doing bipartisan deals.
But we've told each other what we're going to do. When we did it with Reagan, he said, here are the things we're going to cut.
Here's the framework. Let's work together to fill in the details. That's exactly... That's how you get things done. You work with Congress. Look, let me say it this way.
That's coming from the Republican Congress working bipartisanly.
Mitt Romney.
7% rating.
Mitt Romney was governor of Massachusetts, where 87% of the legislators he served with were Democrats. He didn't demonize them. He didn't demagogue them. He met with those party leaders every week. He reached across the aisle. He didn't compromise principles.
And
he found common ground, and he balanced the budget.
If he did such a great job, if he did such a great job in
Massachusetts, 4 times without raising taxes.
Why isn't he even contesting Massachusetts?
Vice President, what would you suggest?
I love his willingness to interrupt. It's very good. Sorry, yeah, we could watch like older Joe Biden. We could gaze wistfully upon older Joe Biden clips all we want to. You know, we could do that forever. There's no going back. There's no way to return to the past. Do Democrats have to wear blue ties and Republicans red ties? Yes, if they don't, they're shot. There's a sniper in the rafters. Can we rebuild him? No. Nah. No. Nah. Excuse me. Putin interview. One more thing we got to talk about first. So, a lot of the day-by-day stuff regarding the genocide in Gaza, I haven't been covering because it's, you know, you're not going to believe it. It's a little bit sad and upsetting. And to be honest with you, I don't know, you know, it feels like there's a common thread to it, you know? One person dies, 2, 10, 10,000, 30,000. You know, you can keep a running number tracker online from places other than my stream. But there have been some significant developments. So first and foremost, you know, as you know, the Israelis, always humanitarian-minded, have been putting a great deal of effort into getting aid brought in to the Palestinian refugees who are all huddling in the southern portion of the Gaza Strip. You'll never guess what happened. No voiceover? That's fine. Israelis are blocking the humanitarian aid trucks from coming in. Already a population on the brink of starvation, with women using, you know, rags pulled from aid tents as, you know, menstrual sanitary products and the like.
The reason that we have tents and
there's the
barricades
voice.
and everything here today.
Yeah, these people are set up. Now, the only reason I'm talking about this is because they've been given money to do this. In fact, it wouldn't surprise me at all if there were people in the Israeli government, like, say, Ben-Gvir, people who are already known to do insane right-wing shit like this outside the purview of official government action, like distributing firearms to settlers in the West Bank, has just given them the money and the tents necessary to do this. They all have the same tent, you know? These people didn't show up and bring their own tents. They all have the same tent.
Is because last night I think about 120 young boys and men came and slept here overnight so that they wouldn't block us off from coming back in this morning. Once there were people here, then they couldn't block off the area. Obviously, we don't want the trucks coming through, supplying aid to the Gazans, which then go to...
Listen to her language, by the way. We don't want aid coming through, supplying aid to the Gazans. She's not even pretending that it's like a Hamas thing. She's not even she's not even saying like, yeah, we don't want like guns being smuggled into Hamas. She's just flatly saying, yeah, we don't want food getting to them. That's it. Like, it is that straightforward, you know?
Coming through, supplying aid to the Gazans, which they...
Look at that!
...go to Hamas.
I cannot understand why a country at war is bringing humanitarian aid into its over enemy lines and fueling the war. Every truck that goes in is another day of war for both sides.
Because in her mind, the total starvation of the Palestinian people will be the end of the war. The war, to her, is, like, again, the aid trucks have food in them. This is also a great rebuttal to the people who pretend that the Israelis give a shit about the hostages. Like, how the fuck are the hostages supposed to eat, you know? What fucking triggers me is that she has an American accent too. Yeah, a lot of the most right-wing people in Israel are Americans. Because if you think about what type of person it would have to take for them to live in like Brooklyn or something, or New York, and then move over to Israel to be a part of like the West Bank settler colonial project so they personally can oust Palestinians, there is a very disproportionate representation of Americans doing the worst shit over here because they've been selected for. You know what I mean? It's kind of like how Nigeria is a poor country, but the average Nigerian in America is wealthy. And the reason for that, not wealthy, but like relatively well off. And the reason for that is because only relatively well off Nigerians even have the ability to move over to the United States. Whereas like over in Israel, not most people there are American, but the people there who are American are far more likely to be demons. On Wednesday, the 7th of February, Netanyahu rejected Hamas's new 135-day ceasefire proposal. Yep. At this point, like day by day, it's just Netanyahu rejecting ceasefires, aid getting blocked. And again, by the way, I fully believe that these protesters blocking aid to Palestinians
block us off from...
are being funded to do so. I have no other explanation for all of them having exactly the same tent. Come on. Like, what? You know, come on. We already know Ben-Gvir was distributing guns to settlers. The idea that they would do this is not exactly, you know, unimaginable. There's another video on it. Can we not do, like, news commentary? Is it that hard to get someone?
I cannot understand.
Yeah, same clips, yeah. I feel like I recognize this woman. Do I recognize her from something? Nothing really comes up when I look up her name. I guess not. Maybe she just kind of looks like somebody that I know.
Why a country for both sides?
Boys and men in this morning.
Same two interviews, great. You sat next to her in Nazi school. Yeah, exactly, of course. So aid is being blocked. Now, people often get like people get fatigue and burnout on coverage of news stories like this because unfortunately, maybe fortunately, I don't know how to frame this. The mass starvation of a people takes a lot of time. You know, the average human can go so and so many days without food. Like, there's variance there, of course, but there wasn't no food in the Gaza Strip to begin with. There was some food, and the trickling in of a meager amount of clean water and food, the tiny amounts of rainwater they can collect. You know, there are like, and then once you run out of clean water, you drink unclean water. And drinking unclean water doesn't immediately kill you or even necessarily make you sick. You know, you can boil it. If nothing else, there is an oversupply of fire in the Gaza Strip, as I understand it. So you can boil unclean water and make it potable. It's, you know, it's still dirty with like debris, but maybe they can filter it. You know, stuff like this takes time. You can get water, but you can't really get food. It's not like there's bountiful farmland in the Gaza Strip for people to sort of like cultivate and harvest. They're going to starve to death, is the thing. You know, a lot of them. This is a deliberate project of extermination. There doesn't seem to be, even after all of this time, any proposed endpoint to what's going on outside of the extermination of the Palestinian people. If Netanyahu is rejecting ceasefire attempts, what's to be done? You know, what's to be done? And the thing that I've been warning about, I say I as though I'm the only person. No, the thing that many people have been warning about for a long time is finally happening. Take a look at this map. Next to the Gaza-Egyptian border crossing is Rafah. This area was designated by Israel as a safe zone. Of course, it wasn't. People have died in bombs sent there. And now, Netanyahu has ordered Palestinians to evacuate it ahead of IDF ground movement. Benjamin Netanyahu on Friday said he has ordered the military to prepare a plan to evacuate civilians from Rafah ahead of an expected Israeli invasion. Now, quick question. Evacuate where? They are as far south as you can possibly get. Where? Where could you possibly evacuate to? What direction? The afterlife, I guess? Yeah, I suppose so. I mean, yeah, I guess that's about it, really. Let me see if I can get Gaza Strip destruction map. A lot of these are outdated, unfortunately. If somebody can find an updated one, that would be nice. Please do. The big blue part says Gaza Strip, idiot. Ah, yes, of course. The population of people that are packed in there is like denser than basically any other. Like, we're talking some Kowloon walled city shit. Remember, there were 2 million people in the Gaza Strip. Most of them are still alive. They've been pushed further and further and further and further and further and further and further south. Rafah was a designated safe zone. And we're now talking probably like 1.5 million people that are packed into an area that is like the size of maybe a neighborhood. I'm trying to get, like, again, it's kind of difficult to get like an appropriate perspective on how large this area is. But it's like, it's not even the size of a city, you know? We're talking about the size of like, here, hold on. Just a moment. Rafah is as large as downtown New York City. Just downtown. Hold on one second. If you compare Tel Aviv next to it. Yeah, we're about to. There we go. Ah, look, light traffic in this area, just in case you were planning on visiting. I feel the death toll is way higher than reported since similar scale bombing in less dense areas killed into the hundreds of thousands of people. The death toll is almost certainly underreported at the moment, yeah, but I don't know by what extent, you know? Here's Rafah. This is the area that people were told to evacuate to, probably some along the coast as well. And we're talking about an area, okay, you can't see it down in the bottom right, but okay, here's what I'm gonna do, all right? I'm gonna move my mouse 1 mile. Are you ready? Are you ready? Is everyone looking at the mouse? Do you see that right there? I'm going to move it 1 mile. All right? That is the distance of 1 mile. That's how densely packed this is. Around 1 to 1.5 million people. A JDAN going off in the right place in this area could kill an ungodly number of people. Right-click and you can measure distance. As I've proved recently, I cannot computer. Measure distance. Oh, that's cool. Yeah, there you go. See? 1.21 miles. This line right here. Unbelievably dense. Israel wants to settle the Gaza Strip. Yeah, they've been saying this like very, very openly for a while. Israeli settlers hold conference on resettlement in Gaza. Yeah. There's again, like, you would have to be the most gullible, disingenuous piece of shit in the world to genuinely think that, I guess you couldn't really be disingenuous to genuinely think something. You'd have to be delusional, whatever, in order to believe that Israel's plan for the Gaza Strip in some way involves Palestinians being allowed to just reoccupy the area they were in. Everyone from military officials to government officials to the Israeli people at large have made it very clear they just want to take Gaza back, to have no Palestinians. So, given that, I mean, they're blocking food aid. Vosh, it is probably why they're using so much artillery / causing so much destruction, making it easier to just clear out the rubble and build over it. Yeah, for them, like, literally, the cost of any, like, random rocket or missile or bomb just saves on deconstruction costs later, you know? They're just pulverizing stuff to begin with. They'll have to bomb it anyway. Vosh, dumb question, but is Israel trying to nuke them? No. Like, what is the plan for the millions of people? What I think the plan is, at this point, is one of three things can happen. Either, one, things continue as they are now until the mass starvation of the Palestinian people happens and they die and rot and wither. And invariably, when that happens, Netanyahu will blame Hamas and say that Israel let in billions and billions of dollars of aid and that Hamas stole all of it and, like, shielded it from the Palestinian people. So it's their fault, actually. The second thing that could happen is that by cramming everyone here up against the border with Egypt, they're trying to provoke a mass migration event where everyone flees into Egypt and is either killed by security forces or starves to death or dies of dehydration out in the desert, which is, boop, there you go. Completely unlivable to humans without extensive preparation, at least large portions of it. The third thing is that it's possible that Israel is trying to mount up pressure in the United States to force the United States to, like, broker some kind of agreement that would allow the Palestinians to be relocated out of the Gaza Strip without Israel having to make any concessions whatsoever, because the Biden administration is so desperate to get this to end because it makes them look terrible. It's one of those three things. That's my guess. I can't see the future, but that is what I believe. Is the average Israeli actually genocidal, or are we only seeing the worst of them? Demographic polling of Israel indicates that there are some, let's say, serious ideological issues in that country. It's definitely not just like the leadership thing. There are problems, you know? No, they're not all demons. Cut it out, Twerp. There's definitely a large preponderance of Hitler particles present in Israel, distributed broadly, not just amidst the ruling class. There is a least bad outcome, which is that Israel treats Gaza like West Bank and starts sending settlers in and creates Israel-only roads, etc. Yeah, that is possible. I just don't think it's likely. They've destroyed the city of Gaza too much. Joshua particles. Literally, the majority think Israel is not doing enough bombing in Gaza right now. I haven't seen that polling. How many dead in Gaza at the moment? 30,000, but it's probably an understatement. Either way, we'll see how things go. I don't really know what can be done. You know, not much in the way of prescriptions to offer here. So who will Israel's hate after the Palestinians been cleansed? They already hate Arabs, so, you know. What's a good rhetorical counter to people saying people die in war? If you're using that as like a blanket justification, you might as well throw that one in with like fucking Holocaust justifications. Like, you know, oh, well, people die in war. Like, okay, well, yeah, how they die matters. The reasons why they die matters. The amount of people that die matter. Like, you know, like it's completely, again, like I've said many times before, when people have strong opinions, like very like strongly held emotional opinions on a subject, usually they don't have like a factual basis for their beliefs. You know, the average Israeli or person defending this project or whatever, this project of extermination, they don't have like a baseline logical belief. They have an emotional belief, and statements like, well, people die in war are post hoc justifications to attempt to you know, absolve themselves of any kind of burden for introspection, any you know, anything like that. So given that, you know, logical retorts to that aren't really going to work, I don't think. The statement you were talking about came from Destiny, by the way. Really? That's below IQ par for, like, him. Really? Okay, that's pretty dumb. How far people fall, I suppose. That he really said that, just like not even, what did he say it like a joke, like irreverently, the way that I've said many things that are stupid in irreverent fashion, or was that like actually a sincere argument? No, he loves saying it? Oh, okay, well, you know. Consequence of cat fuckery. Fix your crooked ass play button. The cat, fucking Ruben jumped on it and put his weight in it, and it like the drywall where that had the pins that were holding it like cracked. So I have to fix that. Don't blame the baby. He did it. It was him. I didn't do it. He did it. Do you know how to repair drywall? I mean, it's just a tiny amount. I was just going to use some caulk and put it in, you know, like as filler, and then wait for it to dry. I was going to yep caulk. Look at his fat butt. Look at Artemy. Look at this fat ass baby butt boy. Boop, boop. Nice logical pretzels. Vosh, you should watch the Dylan Burns vid on the Putin interview. It's a short vid that should help. Pepe laugh. Reacting to full Tucker Carlson Putin interview. It's 5 hours and 10 minutes. Wait, why Pepe laugh? Oh, because it's not a quick video, I see. Wait, hold on a second. I was under the impression that the Putin-Tucker interview was a copyright thing. Can you just stream it on YouTube? Because I heard multiple people saying that it's copyrighted. It's not? Are you sure? Because with all respect to Dylan Burns TV, who I love and cherish, you know, he hasn't had the best luck with copyrights. Dylan got told by a chatter during that multiple people got clapped for it. Yeah, see, I don't think so. Tucker released it for free on Twitter. That's not how copyright works. You can release something on Twitter, but still DMCA strike people. For, isn't there a copyright warning that shows up in your stream? Nope! Sometimes it just gets nuked. Hassan did. Hassan streams on Twitch, not on YouTube. What a shit system. Yep! Damn, Lance got nuked. See? That's pretty dangerous. Willie OAM got clapped on YouTube for streaming it. Now, what do you mean by clapped exactly? Describe clapped. Stream ended? Yikes. Yeah, I don't know about that one, lads. Surely commentary and criticism fair use. You guys have no idea how YouTube works. No clue whatsoever. Absolutely none. No idea. Guys, surely making transformative content would prevent you from getting, you know, nuked by YouTube's content ID system. Guys, surely, guys. Surely. I will admit, immense curiosity. How many strikes do you have right now worth the risk? How insane do you think? You realize that strikes prevent me from doing, like, any strike on a channel is like me and my editors out tens of thousands, and like, it's a massive deal to get strike. Like, you know, maybe we could risk it. You people are insane. Absolutely insane. Little sorry, small joke. No. It's just there are people who are legitimately like, it's genuinely worth it. It's actually pretty good. No, like that, like them, you know, where it's like, nah, dude, you know, I know it's your like career and how you pay for your like life and house and also your editors and like a dozen people rely on you and like all that, but like risk all of it for this one like video segment that you won't be able to be put up anyway or have put up anyway because it'll also get striked, you know? Don't worry about it. Have you considered not having money? You're right. I need to go. Who's the guy who lived in a barrel and had a bowl until he saw a child drinking from a river with his hands and then got rid of the bowl? Who's that person? Was it Dionysus? Diogenes, that guy. Yeah. We need to live like Diogenes, right there. Oh, that's nice to know, Zakina. Are there consequences to having a single strike? Yes. Here. I've already heard some whisperings as to what exactly happened, though, that I have to say I find incredibly funny. So apparently, you know, we talked about this before, but Tucker Carlson, obviously Tucker Carlson is a huge Russia simp because fascists, generally speaking, like other fascists, you know, weirdly, in spite of it being a fundamentally like nationalist ideology, it really seems to have like an internationalist bent, largely because the shared goal of all fascists globally is to destroy non-fascists locally, right? Like, if the borders of the Japanese co-East Asian prosperity sphere ever ran up against the borders of the Nazi Empire, they would have immediately fought, like 100%. But in the short term, they had a shared goal of destroying, you know, their respective non-fascist governments, and for that reason, they were able to get along. Kind of the same deal between America and Russia, you know, though obviously we're not really talking about imperial conquests here, because that's not really how the world works anymore. Yeah, the East Asian co-prosperity sphere. Yeah. Man in the High Castle plot. I really have to read that or watch that. Yeah, I really have to do that. Anyway, the impression that I got from what I've seen people talk about is that the interview between Putin and Tucker Carlson mostly devolved into like an esoteric history lesson. Like, Tucker Carlson wanted to talk about how wokeness in like Bud Light is leading to the fall of the Western Empire or something. And Putin is like, you know, sit down. I will tell you of our great king, you know, or some bullshit like that. For about 30-ish minutes, yeah. Putin's most insane moments in Tucker Carlson interview. He's translated, of course.
Who blew up Nord Stream?
You for sure.
Who blew up Nord Stream?
You for sure.
Incredible. I like the part where Putin made fun of Tucker for not making the CIA. Oh, I saw that! Hold on. Tucker Carlson dumbfounded as Putin mocks his CIA dreams.
With the backing of CIA, of course. The organization you wanted to join back in the day, as I understand. We should thank God they didn't let you in. Although, it is a serious organization. I understand.
It's so, because like there's so much like ideology at play here, right? Because Tucker Carlson is an empty suit who doesn't believe anything and will do anything that he's told to do. All of Tucker Carlson's opinions are an extension of like who is funding him, who's giving him money to say what he's saying. He's completely insincere. Putin might lie all the time, but he absolutely has opinions, right? Like, Vladimir Putin isn't an empty figurehead for anyone. He's the strongman. He's like the global image of the strongman. He absolutely has opinions. And if you take like someone who like Tucker Carlson, whose fascism is completely inauthentic, right? His fascism isn't built of some kind of like diehard blood and soil desire to like reconquer Europa or whatever. Like, Tucker Carlson just says what he says, right? He's totally empty. But Vladimir Putin, you know for a fact that like any true-blooded fascist, Vladimir Putin's internal world is going to be this like incoherent mishmash of like folk iconography, wonk history, ahistoricism. Like, Vladimir Putin's version of fascism has to go back, like, much in the same way that if you talk to a real Nazi, someone who really believes it and isn't just like making shit up, like, you know, like somebody who isn't just like faking it for money or whatever, like, real Nazis, if you go back to the 30s, had insane beliefs about like the ancestral Aryan people in Europe, right? They thought that like Aryans used to be like 12 feet tall and that like all of history is fake and they were like the one true people or something. A whole mishmash of like soup brain bullshit. Himmler was crazy. Yeah. That like historical mysticism was a big part of original Nazism, which again, this is like a true believer thing. Tucker Carlson doesn't give a shit about any of this, but Putin does, which means that like if they're talking to each other, you know, Tucker Carlson wants to talk about how like, you know, woke trans people are grooming children in schools, and Putin's like, yes, that's nice, you know, Ivan the Terrible back in his day, you see. Oh my God, that's funny. Tucker asked Putin if he believes in God. I think I can get away with these like tiny clips, you know?
natural at work as you look out across what's happening in the world now? Do you see God at work? Do you ever think to yourself, these are forces that are not human?
I have to show you the visual. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. I know this is scuffed, guys. I'm limited in my medium as a live streamer. Look at the way Putin's looking while he's being asked this.
That are not human?
Да нет, я, честно говоря, так не думаю. Я думаю о том, что...
No, to be honest.
Oh my god. You know that meme of like the one lady creeping up on the girl with like her fingers on her shoulders, and the meme format is always like when a fake X meets a real X or something like that. When a fake like empty-headed American suit you know, confronts a real esoteric ahistorical fascist. Vosh, this was supposed to shake the world. Apparently a lot of it was just like a weird just history lesson, basically, on like the origin of the Russian Volk. As for like stuff they actually agreed upon, I've only seen a few clips. I have to say, this whole thing couldn't have worked out that well in Tucker Carlson's favor, because I didn't see any clips that looked like they were big zingers for like anti-wokeness. You know what I mean? That's the main thing you would expect Putin to, you know for a fact that the main reason this was being done was a way to discourage Westerners from supporting Ukraine, and which is a shared interest of theirs, and B, it's an effort to create a kind of like shared bond of nationalism that is to the mutual benefit of the right wing in both countries. You know what I mean? Like, that was clearly the goal. And one of the best ways to do that, I imagine, would be for Tucker Carlson to bring up relatively like Western-ish culture war points, like trans people or whatever, or DEI or whatever, and like engage with them with Putin. The funny thing to me is that the Kremlin, Russian media broadly, actually is really, really, really good at weaponizing American culture war talking points to disrupt both like American politics and like globally, you know what I mean? Like, remember that ad that we saw a little while ago that was advertising for like Americans to come to Russia, to live in Russia? And one of the and the way they proposed that was like, there was this couple on a flight who had to like bow down and apologize to a black man, and the joke of the advertisement was like, if you live in America, you're a slave to the black man. Come to Russia where you'll be free. They're very, very good at like taking American culture war talking points and using them to their own benefit, right? Guys, we watched that on stream. It's real. I'm not kidding. I remember one that was saying they were advertising they had young women and shit. Yeah, when Russia has like terrible birth rates, very high abortion rates, and everyone's miserable. Yeah, we're all familiar. But Vladimir Putin is not the Kremlin, right? Vladimir Putin is too like old guard, I think, to be able to adopt that you know, to adapt and move around that quickly. See these clips. Putin said the Poles forced Hitler to attack them in 1939. Classic. This one doesn't have a English translation. From Putin, translated, the Poles forced, they played too long and forced Hitler to start World War II with them. Why did the war begin with Poland on September 1939? Poland was uncooperative. Hitler had nothing else to do in the realization of his plans but to start with Poland. Well, there you go, I guess. We're all learning some history with Vladimir Putin. Nice. I have a feeling this whole thing is going to backfire massively for Tucker Carlson. He might get a lot of prestige himself for having done the interview, which again, the Kremlin said many people have offered to interview. They just only accepted Tucker Carlson because they thought that he would be like compliant enough to not disagree too much with Vladimir Putin. But like, it seems like a lot of this interview just serves to make Tucker look weak and Putin look crazy, which doesn't really do anything to, I don't know, challenge the left-wing narrative here in the States. Does that make sense? I'm doing my best to like synthesize an analysis here based on the fact that like I'm terrified of playing clips because YouTube strikes are a big deal.
You're making the case that Ukraine, certainly parts of Ukraine, eastern Ukraine, is in effect Russia has been for hundreds of years. Why wouldn't you just take it when you became president 24 years ago?
Why not, Putin?
Weapons, they don't. If it's actually your land, why did you wait so long?
Sure.
I'll tell you. I'm coming to that. This briefing is coming to an end. It might be boring, but it explains many things.
I just don't know how it's relevant.
Good. Good. I'm so gratified that you appreciate that. Thank you. So, before World War II...
Okay, I'm sorry. That was from the history lecture, no doubt. What is this link that I have? Turn down the background fan. I have no idea who recorded that. Oh yeah, this is the Russian propaganda mocking those leaving Russia for America. How long have I wanted to do this? You are fly to America? Yes, we are moving here. America is the freest country in the world. Land of opportunity. Are you with your husband? Yes, we are together here. He will come soon. And here is my husband. Get acquainted. That's it. That was the whole commercial. That was the whole commercial. That was it. That was the whole thing. If you move to America, you'll find, I don't know, lesbians or something? I don't know. Sorry, mister. Passengers behind you. Vegetarians. They have discomfort because you eat meat. But we don't force them to eat it. Sorry, but in the US it is customary to adhere to the principles of democracy. Let me take it from you. This is how democracy... This is Russia... This is the Kremlin unironically trying to, like, polarize their constituency against democracy by arguing it will allow vegetarians to take your meat from you. If only. Hey, this is a different one. We're in a new one now. Hey, there's a line to the toilet.
What do you want?
What do you want?
I want to go to the toilet.
Простите, мистер, что случилось?
Да вот парень без очереди лезет тут.
И что? Вы не хотите его пропустить?
Я? Конечно, конечно. Его надо пропустить. Мы подождем. Его народ.
People endured the oppression of white people for many years. We all owe African Americans a debt.
Простите нас, сэр.
Прошу вас.
Literally, Russian state propaganda. Hey, Russians, if you leave our shit country to go to America, you will be bowing to the black man. By the way, this is also racial cuckoldry fetishization. I notice also that everyone speaks in Russian except for the black man. Like, they had to make the black man even more foreign by having him speak in English in a thick accent or whatever. Not that it matters. They don't speak English, right? So, like, literally, like, this is fully just like racial cuckoldry. I pretend to be mad at it when in reality I'm getting off to it. Insane. He speaks English in a strong Nigerian accent. Yeah, but he's the one person they didn't make speak Russian, you know? This reads like a Sunny in Philadelphia, but yes, it does. It does read like it's in It's Always Sunny bit, you know? Like, hey, gang, we've been accused of being racist, you know? We gotta make a commercial to, you know, show people, you know, patties, it's for everyone. And then they do something like this, you know? Like in a line to the bathroom. Rick Shanta. That was the best I could do for DeVito, okay? Shut the fuck up, okay? You want to come on stream and try a DeVito for the first time in your life? Fuck off, okay? I think that was identifiable. That didn't sound like Rick. That didn't sound like Rick. Rick is more high-pitched than that. Fuck off. Fuck you. Oh my god. Flawless DeVito, thank you. And as you can see, I'm pulling off a flawless, like, physical impression of him as well. Yeah, anyway, so that's the what was I showing that for? Oh, right. The fact that Russian propaganda can adapt to right-wing talking points in America, but Vladimir Putin himself cannot. That was it. That was why. For more than 2 hours, a largely unchallenged Putin showered CARLSON with Russian history and Kremlin talking points. Putin repeated his claim that the full-scale invasion in February 2022, which Kyiv and its allies described as an unprovoked act of aggression, was to protect Russian interests and prevent Ukraine from posing a threat to Russia by joining NATO. And then, and I really appreciate this, by the way, apparently he also said that Poland forced Germany to invade them back in 1939, which really makes Vladimir Putin sound to an average Westerner like he shouldn't be trusted with regards to his assessment as to who provoked aggression. You know what I mean? Like, usually the right wing here in America puts some effort into trying to not sound just like Nazis. Putin clearly, having not gotten that bit, it just does it. Incredible. Appearing confident and at ease, of course, it's Putin. He made occasional friendly jabs at CARLSON, who appeared baffled by the history lecture and tried to interject questions, but the 71-year-old Russian leader stayed on topic for over 20 minutes. CARLSON didn't ask Putin about war crimes Russian troops have been accused of in Ukraine or about his relentless crackdown on dissent. Putin said it's up to Washington to stop supplying weapons to Ukraine, which he called a U.S. satellite, and persuade Kyiv to negotiate, saying a deal was the way to end the war. He said that about Poland, but then defended Molotov-Ribbentrop. Well, like I've argued, you know, ideologically, you know, people who defend Stalin and people who defend Hitler often have more in common than they have apart. Putin said the West won't succeed in inflicting a strategic defeat on Russia and Ukraine and rejected allegations that Moscow harbors plans to attack Poland or other NATO countries. He said Russia is ready to negotiate a prisoner exchange for Wall Street Journal reporter Ivan Gershkovich, who was jailed in March 2023 on espionage charges that he denies. He suggested Moscow wants the release of a Russian imprisoned in Germany. I heard about this. He brought it up. White House National Security spokesman John Kirby tried to minimize the impact of CARLSON's interview ahead of its release, saying, "Remember, you're listening to Vladimir Putin, and you shouldn't take anything at face value that he has to say." Russian media on Friday gave the interview blanket coverage, with major broadcasters showing excerpts and one state news agency describing it as, quote, "a dagger blow through the curtain of propaganda of the dishonest media of the civilized world." Me when I'm trying to really extend the word count in the essay that's due tomorrow. Before leaving Fox, CARLSON repeatedly questioned the validity of U.S. support for Ukraine in Russia's invasion, asking why Americans are told to hate Putin so much. His commentaries were frequently circulated on Russian state-run media. Asked by CARLSON if Russia would release Gershkovich, Putin said Moscow is open to talks, but repeated he was charged with espionage, an accusation that Gershkovich denies. He was caught red-handed when he was secretly getting classified info, Putin said, adding he doesn't exclude the reporter could return home. Well, I guess it would be nice if he released this guy. That would be pretty cool, I feel. He pointed to a man imprisoned in a U.S. allied country for liquidating a bandit who had killed Russian soldiers during fighting in the Caucasus. Putin didn't mention names but appeared to refer to Vadim Kresikov, a Russian serving a life sentence in Germany after being convicted of the 2019 killing of Zelimkhan Tornika Kangoshvili, a 40-year-old Georgian citizen of Chechen ethnicity. German judges said Kesikov acted on the orders of Russian authorities who gave him a false identity and passport and resource to carry out the killing. Okay, so Putin is saying that he'll release the Wall Street Journal guy if we release somebody who is imprisoned for a life sentence because he was told to assassinate a Georgian citizen. Gotcha. Maupin's feed is filled with pro-Tucker stuff now. It's amazing. Oh, this isn't new. You know, obviously, Caleb Maupin has been like, you know, Russian mouthpiece. He literally got marked as like a Russian state media on Twitter. So it's not at all surprising. The Vladimir Putin interview on Twitter right now, the full thing, that again, I can't show, and I'm sorry, you can watch it yourself. You can also watch, by the way, news coverage of it. If you want, you know, running commentary, you're allowed to do that. I can't stop you. It's not illegal because news agencies often have broader blanket permissions for covering stuff like this than would be afforded to regular YouTubers. Obviously, you know, if news agencies on YouTube like CNN were susceptible to like DMCA strikes the way normal people were, then they would probably never have any channel operating ever, because everyone would just DMCA strike them for all the stuff they cover. You know, it's kind of a two-tiered system, a little bit unfair. Right now, the post on Twitter for the full interview with Tucker Carlson, that has about 850,000 likes. A lot of those are Russian bots, but a lot of them are real. It's a big deal. You know, even without all the associated propaganda, it remains a big deal. There's no getting around that. As for what the actual consequences of this will be, I don't really think... It seems like Putin wasn't successful in getting much done or said in terms of, like, energizing the right over here in America. You know, it seems like a lot of the stuff that he did, the platform gave Kremlin propagandists a lot of like room to breathe, but it doesn't seem like Putin did a very good job of giving the other end. Actually, kind of a boss move from Vladimir Putin for him to exploit Tucker Carlson's presence in a way that he could use to like benefit his own personal and national interests. But on the other side of things, it seems like Putin didn't give very much like easy right-wing American talking points. So that's nice. Putin's never been especially cooperative. That is the Putin classic. Yeah, for sure. Matt Walsh jerking off Putin. I love to do this. Just started watching the Putin interview. One thing you notice right away is the guy is lucid and very sharp, capable of sitting for a 2-hour interview about extremely dense subjects. Compare that to the frail, senile vegetable in the White House who has to cancel a puff piece interview before the Super Bowl because he can't speak on camera for more than 60 seconds without falling apart. I'm really sorry, guys. Unfortunately, I agree with what Matt Walsh is saying here. Yeah, sorry. Sorry, you're not getting me off this. Like, Putin obviously comes across as more composed than Biden does. Like, it's completely inarguable, you know? Putin is a selfish lover, yeah. But that being said, you might notice that if the first thing Matt Walsh has to say is just like a jab at Biden being old, that's not exactly much praise for the substance or the content of the interview with Putin, you know what I mean? Like, you could have just as well said this about literally any old world leader. This isn't like a specific to the Tucker Putin interview thing. It's not like a quote or a reference to any content of the interview. So I'm sure there are some things that people are going to bite onto, but altogether, I find it enormously funny that Putin just used this as a soapbox to monologue about Russian history and so on for a while. Very, very funny. Putin blatantly claims that Nazi ideology is alive and well in Russia. Okay.
What do you do about it? I mean, Hitler's been dead for 80 years. Nazi Germany no longer exists. And
is that true? Some people would deny this.
So, true. And so
true.
I think what you're saying is you want to extinguish or at least control Ukrainian nationalism, but how? How do you do that?
Okay, right off the bat, oh my God, this is also telling. Tucker Carlson is trying to... Okay, Tucker Carlson is a friend to Nazis and has many Nazi audience members. The first thing Nazis like to do is deny that Nazis exist, right? This is back when like Lauren Southern and Dave Rubin did that interview where they were like, there are no white nationalists anymore. What are you talking about? When Lauren Southern was like objectively, straightforwardly a white nationalist, you know? They love to deny it. So even though the broad narrative from Russia about Ukraine has been one of denazification, Tucker Carlson doesn't want to acknowledge that Nazis are still a thing. Because if Tucker Carlson acknowledges that Nazis are a thing in Ukraine, it implies that Nazis and, what's more, denazification are both things and desirable things, respectively, over here in the States. If he accepts the Russian narrative that what they're doing in Ukraine is justified because they're trying to denazify it, he is implicitly suggesting to his filled with Nazis audience that denazification is actually a good and cool thing to do as a pretext for invasion, and he doesn't want that. So he opens by saying, Nazis, what are Nazis? Nazis are gone, Hitler's dead. We're just talking about Ukrainian nationalism. So do you understand what he's doing here? It's so revealing. It's so indicative, you know what I mean? The propaganda is inconsistent. It can't, like, you can't have both. You can't simultaneously maintain the illusion that Nazism's not a real thing. Ignore the fact that my fans are full of Nazis. Don't worry about it. Like, you can't do that and also go along with the general Russian line on denazification.
Казалось бы, тонкий, он очень противный, этот вопрос.
This question appears to be subtle. It is quite pesky. You say Hitler has been dead for so many years.
Oh, no.
80 years. In fact, he is still here, alive, through a combination of Russian science and wizardry.
Oh, it's a meme. Okay, gotcha, it's a meme. That's unfortunate. Who linked this? I should ban you. So unfortunately, I actually really want to know what he said in a way that isn't a meme. You know, it doesn't change anything that I said about the framing presented by Tucker Carlson. Concluding again? Well, no, nothing that I concluded was incorrect. It refers to the earlier framing. I would like to know what Tucker Carlson said. He said that Nazism is alive and well in the Ukraine and the US. Did he say that? Because if he said that, that is, again, another thing that Tucker Carlson can't... Because, again, from the, like, Dugin-esque Russian perspective, like, it is still useful to them in a propagandistic way to talk about other nations as though they're full of Nazis and we are denazifying them because we are like the legacy of the Soviets, we are the legacy of the Russian Empire, like, you know, the Nazis invaded us, we must pay unto them what they did to us in kind, that kind of shit, right? When, of course, Russia is itself full of, like, Hitler particles, you know? He said Nazism is alive in all countries, but these countries combat it, unlike Ukraine. Then, again, that is really bad for Tucker Carlson's narrative. That's very, very funny. Here, wait, this is the last clip that I'm going to look at. Couldn't Tucker pull off the lefties are the real Nazis line to agree with Putin? I don't think... Guys, I could be completely wrong on this, by the way. I don't think that's the line in Russia. I don't think that's like a bit that they do. I think that like Putin is meant to be the kind of like nationalist strongman who carries forward the legacy of people like Lenin or Stalin, but in like, you know, kind of an abstract way. Like, he's very anti-communist, but at the same time, he was in power through the Soviet Union. There's almost like an apolitical bent towards nationalism there. Vladimir Putin is fascist and the nation of Russia is fascist, but I don't think they've adopted that line. The idea that like, oh, well, actually National Socialist means that they were socialists, i.e. Nazis. No, it's okay, King Jar Jar. It's just another way of indicating, I guess, that as many similarities as they might occasionally share, different nations' versions of fascism are going to carry very different, like, lines. Big tent fascism tends not to hold up that well.
Characterization of what you said?
Я понимаю, что мои длинные диалоги, они...
I understand that my long speeches probably fall outside of the genre of the interview. That is why I asked you at the beginning, are we going to have a serious talk or a show? You said a serious talk. So bear with me, please. We're coming to the point where the Soviet Ukraine was established.
Dude! Dude, he's so funny. Fuck. I'm a Putin stan now. I'm sorry, guys. The most like emasculating laugh over here from Tucker Carlson too, which I mean he always does that, right? But still, the fucking like Tucker Carlson, after sitting there for 90 minutes of esoteric like historical rambling, being like, can we talk about wokeness? Can we talk about diversity, equity, inclusion? Can we talk about transgender healthcare? And Putin is like, I'm sorry, were we here for a fucking conversation, or do you want to dance like a clown? Like, are you my jester or are you my interviewer? Now, as I was saying, 800 years ago, Russia invented corn. It's just like we, the aeroplane, first constructed by. Oh man, he's so autistic. He's just like me for real. Yeah, true. Autism really is like a, you know, bright shining light castle, dark castle kind of divergence between leftism and fascism, isn't it? Tucker looked nervous a few times during the interview because he's not getting what he wants. He's not getting the talking points that he wants. He's not getting the narrative that he wants, you know? All right. Okay. God, that's funny. I wish I could watch the whole thing with you guys, but I'm not risking my entire channel for that. Sorry. If he appears this intelligent, does it mean he isn't irrational, or are those things not mutually exclusive? Oh, no, you can be intelligent and irrational. Vladimir Putin is objectively intelligent. Like, anybody who tells you otherwise, that he's some kind of, like, stupid, dawdling Trump figure, is delusional. Putin has spent decades and decades carefully consolidating power, killing his enemies, you know, like projecting Russian propaganda into the world at large to try to like destabilize Western democracies. He's obviously smart, but you can be smart and also be kind of like an egotistical, megalomaniacal madman. Like those things aren't mutually exclusive, right? It's also possible to be smart, and then as time goes on, you get more and more in your head. Yes men corrupt your judgment further and further, and your decision-making abilities break apart, even if you're still a smart guy. Is he or is he not going senile? I don't fucking know. I think that he's had some issues with his health lately, but to be fair, people have been saying that for decades. So I don't know if that's actually, I don't know if that's valid necessarily. You know, but he's clearly smart. Whoa! Fucking was reaching for my goddamn lip balm and I accidentally touched the button that lowers my goddamn desk. And it clapped against my other desk. Alright, I'm back. Earthquake. Earthquake! Taxes moment? Yeah. Nothing but the best. Literally, Tucker getting cucked by Russian state media to allow Putin to basically ramble and show that he truly doesn't give a fuck about defending his actions to Americans. Yeah. Also, if he really was running the line on like, Ukraine is a proxy American state, America needs to stop supplying them weapons so we can reach like a deal or an accord, I think that it's pretty clear that at this point, like, okay, any negotiating to end the war with Putin would be done in bad faith from Putin's side, right? Obviously, of course, they've always lied. But it is pretty funny to see that even in a propaganda interview, the aims of the Russian state in Ukraine have been reduced to, in all likelihood, you know, what if we just keep the territory we have now? You know what I mean? Like, it's remarkable how, as time has gone on, the bad faith offers from Russia have waned in, you know, I guess egregiousness from, like, you know, we'll take everything east of the Dnieper River all the way down to, presumably now, like, what if we just stopped? What if we just hugged and kissed? Yeah, they've downgraded their goals. Russia said he's mad at the U.S. because they denied Russia entry into NATO way back when. It is true that if Russia had been given a clear and assisted path to NATO, the world would be a much better place. Again, this is due to the, and I agree with this, the arrogance of Western elites. After the Cold War, we acted like, well, you know, victors of a battle. We wanted to dance on the graves of our enemies. So we raped their country economically. We imposed on them, like, you know, a wide variety of, economic policies that ended up destroying a lot of these countries with the shock doctrine. And we treated them essentially like second-class European citizens. The closer you were to Western Europe, the more, I guess, like, fair-handed people were in like assessing your viability as a real ally to the West. But all the way out to Russia, it was like, nah, and there was a lot of fucking arrogance, And this is incorrect. No, what this is simplified. I acknowledge there's a lot of nuance to it. There's a lot of like complexity. We're talking about multiple countries dealing with multiple countries over a decades-long period, but that definitely was like a trend. And I think a lot more could have been done from the West to like fairly and graciously incorporate the former Soviet states into the New World Order in a way that wasn't clearly one-sided and exploitative. If we had allowed Russia into NATO, Putin would be at worst acting like Erdogan. Yeah, and Erdogan has definitely been less destabilizing for the world than Putin has, though I don't like Erdogan either, I don't think that's likely, Daffy Hat. I don't think that's a reasonable assessment. Yeah, of course, Jessica. Are you ready for the New World Order? We weren't, clearly. Putin gave an interview to a beautiful American journalist in 2021. He became flustered. He's just like me. No, he's not, actually. I've never once in my life been flustered while talking to someone beautiful. It's never happened. Sorry. Just looking at the silly article. The situation inside Russia has deteriorated since the beginning of the war. That is true, but it's also important to understand that, like, Russia has been able to effectively transition itself into a near indefinite wartime economy. By near indefinite, I don't mean they can do it forever. I mean they're able to prolong themselves for multiple years in a way we didn't expect beforehand. And a lot of that is just a product of the fact that they've got a lot of, I don't know, oil. A lot of it is like very raw resource extraction. A lot of it is the fact that, to be honest, their infrastructure was already dog shit, so they had low standards to begin with. It's the oil. A big part of it is the oil. Hey, Ryan. All right, that's the end of that segment. Not that we're out of stuff to talk about. What would Lenin do? Betray his anarchist allies, no doubt. Yeah, Neptune 32. It's just something we would have had to put, like, mutual effort into, to act in good faith. Marianne Williamson dropped out. Victory inevitable. Oh, did she really? Suspends her presidential campaign, ending long shot primary challenge to Biden. Yeah, it makes sense. There barely even was a primary this time around, Oh yeah, NPC Porky. Lenin wasn't like a full-blooded fascist. He was just a revisionist and a traitor to the cause. Stalin. Now Stalin. If ever I saw a fascist. And a revisionist. And a traitor to the cause. Nah, barely informed. No shot. What about Trotsky? Fuck Trotsky. Offing him was the one good thing Stalin did. Fuck that guy. Trotsky would have been just as bad. Trotsky was literally like assisting in the backstabbing of anarchist allies and writing propaganda pieces for Lenin on his behalf on the necessary of like curtailing expectations and getting rid of workers' rights. He was fucking evil. He was so fucking evil, and he was evil, he was spineless, and he was a snake. I think he was much more snakish than Lenin, I think, in terms of like, well, maybe if Lenin had been the... maybe if things had gone a different way, he would have been less snakish. I don't know. It could be like a product of the environment. I'm not really sure. It's hard to say. Why do people in the UK like him? You mean, why are there so many Trotskyist groups in the UK? I don't know. Don't join Trotskyist groups. Anybody, here's a general rule. Don't join with any political movement that is named after a guy. Don't do it. You will never do anything. That's not how it works, okay? You can be informed by an ideology, but never join a group that like labels itself a Maoist group or a Trotskyist group or, you know, whatever the fuck else. Marxist-Leninist group, don't do it, okay? Like Marxists? Yeah, I don't think you should. I think that socialist and anarchist and communist groups are fine. I think that if you're calling yourself a Marxist, you've basically given up on the idea of selling your ideology to other people. Like, I'm not saying Marxism is bad. I think it's good. But in like a day, like think about it, like plant your feet firmly in the grass. What do you think the likelihood of a Marxist party taking off is? You know, I like, it's just the practice of like adhering, you know, political groups to the names of people who have written theory or whatever. It's very, very strange. There's nothing wrong with liking those, you know, those people who have written theory or been in leadership roles or anything like that. It's just like, I don't know. Is communism much better though? Well, right now in practice, no. But socialism, sure. Socialism, democratic socialism. I don't know. Just a matter of like getting across to people. He seems to like doing that, Sandler. Socialism is named after John Social, though? Ah, fuck, you're right. All right, hold on. What's the difference between communism and socialism? Well, Marx didn't really have a meaningful definition between the two. He just kind of referred to like higher or lower order communism. You know, in practice, like there's no strict definition for any political term, but I think that most people nowadays talk about socialism as a workers' state that is decommodified, i.e. not market-driven, and you know, is a democracy of the people, you know, controlled by the workers. A proletarian state that has been decommodified. Whereas communism also has the stateless, classless, moneyless additions. Now, obviously, in practice, no application of an ideology is ever that clean. Like capitalism, for instance, is an ideology dictated by the application of market policies, in part, you know, market policies, the divergence from feudalism. You know, there are a bunch of things you could use to describe capitalism. We undeniably live in a capitalist system, but we also have lots of decommodified systems. There are plenty of things the government controls or that are handled like in a decommodified fashion through taxes. So does that mean that we're in a mixed economy? Yes. But then everything is a mixed economy, right? So in practice, it's more about the like tendencies. It's more about the like best fit that you could apply to you know, any given country. H3 is talking about you right now. Yeah, I know you said that. I even responded to it. He's critiquing my my taxes handling, which, you know, I suppose is to be expected. I hope he's not weird about it though. That'd be pretty annoying, especially because I've been like on pretty good terms with Ethan Klein in the past. Not much I can do about it though. Is everything a centralized economy? No. Is everything a mixed economy though? I mean, to an extent, I guess. What if we name it after a woman? Well, don't do that. So market socialism isn't socialism? I mean, it's not full socialism. That's why it's market socialism, right? Should we check what he's saying? I don't really think there's much utility in engaging with that, to be honest. It's kind of one of those things where people just like fucking... It's one of those things where any effort that you make to explain or add context to it is like invariably going to increase the degree to which people think it's sussy for you to engage with it at all, which is pretty annoying. Anyway, the main thing that bothers me, I guess, is that I feel like I've always been really fair to Ethan Klein. So I guess I'd always assumed that we had each other's backs is too strong of a statement. More like, I don't really get the, I don't know. It's a little neurotic too, just muddling it. What, is he not in a good mood? It looks like Imran Khan has won the elections in Pakistan. Isn't he in jail? Allies of jailed ex-leader Imran Khan win most seats in Pakistan election. Okay, yeah, he's in jail, man. Indicates how fucking popular he is, I guess. Independent candidates affiliated with jailed Pakistani political leader Imran Khan's Tehreek-e-Insaf party won the most National Assembly seats in Pakistan's general election, delivering a surprise result in an election marred by a slow count rigging allegations. Huh. Well, if they won, that's probably a pretty strong indication that the results there weren't rigged, right? Because the military doesn't like these guys. Look at this weird AI-generated video they made. As an Urdu speaker, that pronunciation was perfect. You're probably being sarcastic, but I appreciate it anyway. In a speech released Friday, an AI-generated version of Khan claimed victory in the election. Okay, that sounds hilarious. Hold on one second. No, I'm not actually. Oh, well, thank you. I appreciate that. I try my best. People in chat often give me shit for my pronunciations, but I really do try, you know? I don't think it's a crime to mispronounce stuff in a foreign language because foreigners do that in English all the time. But the one thing that I do think is genuinely bad is just when you like make fun of the pronunciation of a different language, I guess, or like, oh, I'm not pronouncing that. I don't fucking know. Authorized AI voice of Imran Khan framed with a photo of him smiling behind bars. What a king. I don't even care that he's a bad guy, dude. Absolutely. This is, guys, this is the Trump victory that we're all looking forward to, okay? Donald Trump getting arrested after being convicted in court, and then after he wins over Sleepy Joe, AI voice Donald Trump smiling behind bars as he takes his throne. Absolutely.
वोट देकर अपनी हकीकी आज़ादी की बुनियाद रखती है। मैं आप सबको इलेक्शन 2024 जीतने पर मुबारकबाद देता हूं। मुझे आप सब पर पूरा भरोसा था कि आप वोट देने निकलेंगे।
Why so loud?
आपने मेरे भरोसे का मान रखा और आपके मैसिव टर्नआउट ने सबको हैरान कर दिया है।
Massive turnout.
लंदन प्लान फेल हो चुका है।
Wait, why was there English there? What?
आपके वोट की वजह से नवाज शरीफ एक कम ज़र्फ इंसान है जिसने ऑफिशियल नताइज के मुताबिक 30 सीट्स पीछे होते हुए भी विक्ट्री स्पीच कर दी है।
Victory speech? Why? What? That's English. It doesn't even sound like accented English. It just sounds like normal English. It's called code switching. Hindustani speakers do it a lot. To English?
कोई पाकिस्तानी उसे नहीं मानेगा और इंटरनेशनल मीडिया भी उस बेवकूफ़ी पर लिख रहा है। इंडिपेंडेंट ज़राया के मुताबिक 150 नेशनल असेंबली की सीट्स पर हम जीत रहे थे धांधली शुरू होने से पहले और इस वक्त हम
His what? Wait, what did you guys hear?
नेशनल मीडिया भी उस बेवकूफ़ी पर लिख रहा है। इंडिपेंडेंट ज़राया के मुताबिक
Independent? What did you guys hear?
150 नेशनल असेंबली की सीट
Dog, they were colonized for 200 years. Of course they have loanwords. No. It's not. I'm not criticizing the existence of loanwords. We in English do that as well. It's just interesting because it doesn't even sound accented. Like it sounds like a perfect unbroken shift from a language that I can't comprehend even a little bit to just unaccented, victory speech. Maybe that's because of the AI thing. It's just interesting. I'm not like judging it or anything. It's just, Really, is that true, Red Star Chili? Thank you.
सीट्स पर हम जीत रहे थे धांधली शुरू होने से पहले और इस वक्त हम 170 से ज़्यादा नेशनल असेंबली की सीट्स पर जीत रहे हैं फॉर्म 45 के डेटा के मुताबिक मेरे पाकिस्तानियों आप सब ने तारीख रकम कर दी है मुझे आप पर बहुत फ़ख्र है और मैं अल्लाह का शुक्र अदा करता हूँ
Well, unfortunately, I can't actually understand most of this. Guys, you don't need to bring up the H3 thing. I understand your, lurid desire to engage in constant drama, but to be honest with you guys, I don't really take any pleasure from the knowledge that somebody who I thought I got along with, like H3, doing stuff like this. So, loudly reminding me when I already know doesn't actually, in any way, shape, or form improve my mood. It's unfortunate. Vosh doesn't know Urdu? Yeah, sadly. Big news, Bolsonaro had his passport confiscated. Arrest may be near. Really? No kidding.
Brazilian federal police at the home of former President Jair Bolsonaro on Thursday. Police confiscated Bolsonaro's passport, and search warrants were carried out against several members of his inner circle. Bolsonaro and his former aides are accused of plotting a military coup to remain in power after his presidential defeat in October of 2022. His supporters would later storm the Congress and buildings housing the presidential palace and Supreme Court. Bolsonaro denied any wrongdoing and called the investigation against him a political persecution.
Is he still in Florida? Where is Bolsonaro currently? I'm sorry, did they just say that and I missed it? He went back to Brazil. Okay. I'm surprised he did. He fled for a reason, didn't he?
Brazil's current president, Luiz Inácio Lula da Silva, has called for patience as the investigations move forward, but has also offered his own criticism of the former president.
He was in government. He wasn't prepared to win. He wasn't prepared to lose. He wasn't prepared to leave. So much so that he didn't even have the courage to say congratulations. He went home crying and travelled to the United States because he must have participated in the construction of this coup attempt. So let's wait for the investigations.
Shortly before the storming of the Congress and the inauguration of Lula da Silva, Bolsonaro traveled to the United States, returning 3 months later from a self-imposed exile.
Yeah, he's going to the goddamn Lulag. What was the point of leaving if he was going to come back? Jesus Christ.
Police said those being targeted are accused of participating in a criminal organization that was aimed at keeping the former Brazilian president in power.
This is the type of thing you see before an arrest warrant is issued. What's interesting here is that when a passport is requested from you, it implies there's concern over a flight risk, which means there could be an upcoming trial.
Last week, federal police raided properties belonging to
Man, I wish the fucking DNC in our goddamn country had anywhere near the balls that Lula and his administration do. They started really going after the insurrectionists back in the Brazilian coup attempt. If they arrest Bolsonaro, then they'll having arrested him, they'll have done more than we've even done with Donald Trump. And Donald Trump was probably more directly involved in what happened on Jan 6th than Bolsonaro was. I could be wrong on that, but Donald Trump was there directly leading people over, whereas with Bolsonaro, it was more like complicity with certain people in power to facilitate, allow, and promote this big, yeah. God damn, man. Some countries take their laws more seriously than the U.S. Yeah. You should check out this Aaron Reed article. Yeah, we need to talk about that, I think. We've been meaning to for a while. Do you think all the people involved in Project 2025 should be arrested? I don't think that people should be arrested for saying that they're going to do fascism. As delightful as the concept is, in reality, that's like a legally and practically inapplicable standard. If you've directly participated in an insurrectionary attempt, which would, by the way, involve a lot of people from the GOP, not just Donald Trump, that involves a lot of people. You know, that's like a broad... that's a fucking broad category. At least 12 people. At probably a great many people, you know. I think you could fairly extend, at the very least, like, disbarment to people in the GOP who have defended it after the fact. Lots of people muted today. Yeah, it must be stormy outside. Well, conspiracy isn't covered under free speech, so planning to do a coup is still illegal. Well, it depends on what stage you are in planning, right? Conspiracy to commit a crime can't literally just involve the planning stage with like discussing it, right? For instance, it's okay, I could be wrong, but I don't believe it's illegal for you to get together with your goon squad and say, "Now here's the plan, boys. We're going to hold up this. We're gonna you know, rob this bank." I don't think that in and of itself is conspiracy to commit a crime. I think there needs to be some other level of planning beyond that, right? Like there has to be the accumulation of goods to the effect of doing that. That's very illegal. Doesn't there have to be? I remember there being a legal standard that I read about where you can't, like, you need to have the means to be able to do that, because otherwise, wouldn't it be illegal to, like, so much stuff would be illegal then, right? Like a bunch of people on social media, you know, like the FBI will sometimes arrive at the house of people who make jokey death threats at people, but they're not arrested usually. They're just like checked in on, and the arrests don't happen unless there's some level of planning. Like, if you live in DC and you say like, yeah, freedom reigns, we're going to storm the Capitol, or Joe Biden, like that in and of itself isn't a crime. But if you're found like collecting weapons, like having taken an action to facilitate that plan, that then becomes illegal. Maybe I'm totally wrong on this. I that was my understanding, but you know, whatever. Not a legal expert. Yes, there usually needs to be an overt act in furtherance of the conspiracy. Yeah, because otherwise, I feel like you could arrest people for a ton of stuff, right? I don't know. You're incorrect. Here's a citation. Federal solicitation is an inchoate crime. Could somebody... How do you pronounce that? Inchoate. Inchoate. Just begun and so not fully formed or developed. Rudimentary. Okay. Or in law, of an offense anticipating or preparatory to a further criminal act. Okay. Solicitation is a crime which is anticipatory of or preparatory to a further criminal act. Okay. So like soliciting a person to break the law. Solicitation is known as an inchoate crime. Inchoate means developing or beginning. These crimes all involve the planning or preparation to commit another crime. The planning itself is illegal, and you can be charged and convicted even if the target offense is never actually committed. For instance, you could go to prison for asking someone to kidnap your ex-wife, even if the person you've asked never goes through with it or even agrees to do it. Okay, but isn't that a little different? Because asking someone to kidnap your wife would be a concrete step. But what if it was you got together with a friend, and the friend you got together with, you were both like, yeah, we should hire someone to kidnap my wife. Would that be illegal? Because that's not a concrete step then, right? That's just you involving another person in the plan to do a concrete step, right? God forbid people talk about kidnapping their wife. True. Huh. Okay, well, I'm no legal expert. Sorry to everyone who is watching who has already begun their bank heist planning. You know, cut that out right now. I think saying we should rob a bank isn't a crime by itself. They'd have to show you took steps to actually plan which bank you would rob and how you'd rob it. Yeah, something like that. There is definitely some kind of blurry line. It's not just the moment multiple people invoke the idea. That's not the line, at least not necessarily. But you know. Poor soul waffle. Should have been soul pancake. Hey, Vosh Brazilian here. There was a 1.5-hour video of Bolsonaro and the party members planning to make the coup. The video was found in the computer of an army officer in the high ranks of the army. Wait, really? They just recorded a 90-minute meeting of them going like, yeah, we should do a coup? I didn't know about that if so, but if that's the case, then yeah, it seems like, I don't know. Maybe my man's going to get a little bit legally bamboozled. Idiots? Yeah, well, you know. They dropped the VOD. Should have deleted the VOD, lads. Dirt, maybe? Yeah, one of the big things that end, like, this is one of the reasons why I'm not very conspiratorial in general. Like, one of the reasons why I don't tend to believe that big events or like sort of inexplicable happenings can be explained by a bunch of people kind of conspiring behind the scenes. And the reason for that is because people, generally speaking, are stupid, incompetent, and paranoid. You know? Like, people will get dirt on one another. People will be invited into a plan when they're only kind of on board, and as a consequence, they don't have their full feet in, and they're kind of like, and that makes other people nervous because they need to make sure everyone's on board. But if a person ends up not being on board, you can't just disappear them. Like, in practice, it doesn't work that way. You can't just like quietly get rid of like a senator with no one noticing because he noticed that your plan wasn't what he wanted and was going to go out with it. Like, that, it doesn't work that way, like, obviously. You know, and if a person ever doubts or, you know, acts trepidatious, other people get kind of antsy and they want to back out because they don't want to be implicated. People are all getting dirt on one another. It's very, very difficult to pull off real conspiracy. What about Epstein? The Epstein stuff wasn't really a conspiracy. He was brought up on charges with regards to his behavior decades ago. And what's more, it was kind of just an open secret that he just did sex trafficking. Like, that was broadly known. But that's not really a conspiracy. That's just him being a criminal, doing criminal things. I think they mean, did he kill himself? Oh, gotcha. Well, in that case, I mean, only a few people are involved potentially, right? My version of that story, by the way, what I think is most likely to have happened is that Epstein was pressured either by the guards looking over him or by visitors whose meetings with him went unrecorded, or even perhaps he was pressured before going to jail, and he was essentially told, like, you know, you're a liability. Here are things you care about that we will destroy or kill if you make it to trial. And then he hanged himself. I don't think other people hanged him. I don't think that happened at all. I think that he was pressured into killing himself, and that the guards that were overlooking him just happened to not be present, blah, blah, blah. We all know the story, right? But I don't think that anyone like showed up to strangle him. I think that's dumb, personally, because that's way too much risk. Like, way, way, way too much risk. That's just my guess. I mean, I don't know. We might never know, basically. He was allowed to kill himself, is my guess. Ask your CIA links. They won't tell me. They won't let me know. He would have been seen as less than a pedo in prison. Oh. Epstein was never going to general pop, motherfucker. If Epstein had actually been convicted and sent to prison, he would be eating like you know, finely cooked steaks his entire life. And like, no, yeah. The Nord Epstream pipeline. Anyway, that's just my guess again. He should have been sent to General Pop as a prank. Yeah, he would have died pretty quickly in there. But that's just a theory. Fuck, my hands are cold. You know, one of the things that Adderall does that they don't tell you about, they do tell you about it, but they don't tell you about, but they do. One of the things that it does, it makes your extremities a lot colder. It's just like not as much warmth makes it to the extremities because of blood flow. Reduce circulation, it gives me cold feet. Yeah, I'm basically always wearing like, and I take a low dose too, 10 milligrams a day. That's a low dose, and I'm a big person too, right? So yeah, I don't really know. Cold dick. Thankfully, my dick gets the blood it needs. It's not too far from the heart. Is it blood vessel contracting like caffeine? No. It's the opposite, right? When you take a stimulant like caffeine or Adderall, it causes the blood vessels to expand, to like extend out a little bit. And because the blood vessels are wider, there's more volume in total in your circulatory system, and that means the blood pressure gets lower. So the blood pressure lowers. I thought they constricted. Is that true? Adderall blood vessels. Stimulants can make your blood vessels constrict, raising your blood pressure. Okay, I was wrong. Wouldn't raising your blood pressure make it so more blood gets to your hands? Obviously, past a point, higher blood pressure is bad, but a minor increase in blood pressure shouldn't make your hands cold. Wait, I'll just ask. Hold on. Why does Adderall make your hands cold? The medicine may cause Raynaud's phenomena. Oh, I thought he played Hearthstone, which is a problem with blood circulation in the fingers and toes. Okay, but what is that, though? What is Raynaud's phenomena? A disorder caused by, or indicated by decreased blood flow to the fingers, sometimes ears, toes, feet, whatever. But why? What causes it? The exact cause of Raynaud's is unknown. What? What? That's it? We just don't know? Isn't it really common? Common, more than 200,000 US cases per year. We don't know? They know some causes. Okay. That's annoying. Raynaud's is a chronic thing, not the thing stims cause, but it said it might cause it. There's a ton of stuff like that where we don't know for sure. This is why you don't Google medical stuff? Yeah, I guess, to an extent. Anyway, what if we did some politics? Just a little bit. Just a little bit for fun. We don't want to do that? Somebody linked me this. Crystal and Sauger go to war over border crisis bill. I'm actually intensely interested. No voices until I say so. Thank you. Noticing at first glance that this video is 50 minutes long. That's crazy. 50 minutes. Now, why is that? It's an awfully long time, I feel. Crystal's comparison between internal migration versus external migration is so stupid it hurts. So Crystal is actually going to be pro-immigration, right? She should be. I mean, that makes sense. Vosh going to listen to it all. How about we listen to just a little bit to begin with? How about we get a little feel for it? Dip our little toesies in?
Get to the major news here in Washington. The border bill arrived and seemingly died upon arrival. It was
yes, the bill that's being referred to here is the one that Biden proposed that was super duper right wing. You know, that Trump immediately kicked down.
Negotiated by Senator James Lankford, Senator Kirsten Sinema, and some
Senator
Chris Murphy as well from the Democratic side. Kirsten Sinema.
It starts from 2408. Oh, you're saying they don't start with the debate; they start with the just coverage. Okay, gotcha.
And you don't deport them. That basically is amnesty, because when the hell are they going to leave? I mean, that's kind of the.
But here's the thing, just on a substantive level, that I genuinely don't understand, and I want.
Raynaud's syndrome is a medical condition in which the spasm of small arteries causes episodes of reduced blood flow to end arterioles. Huh. Interesting. Thank you.
I want to hear your analysis of. Republicans, we've covered this on the show a bunch of times, talk about, you know, all these people who are leaving New York, going to Texas, going to Florida. And that's seen as like, that internal migration is seen as like, I think justifiably so, terrible for New York and terrible for California and fantastic for Texas and fantastic for Florida. But suddenly when it's people who are coming from outside the country, even though they're also just human beings, and by the way, immigrants, like some of the clearly like hardest working and oftentimes most patriotic people you could possibly meet.
This is so true, man. Having grown up in Los Angeles, the backbone of Los Angeles is all of the goddamn, even undocumented Mexican immigrants. They are like the actual pillars. You know that meme of like a bunch of dying soldiers holding up the grass that you walk on as an American citizen or something? It's like that, except with Mexican undocumented immigrants.
Suddenly when they're coming from out of the country, when they come to New York, it's like, oh my God, this is terrible for New York. So how is it that people leaving is bad, but also people coming is bad?
It's a philosophical difference, Crystal, which is that the first part, your people are lawful permanent residents and they're
but what he means is it's a racial difference.
American citizens, and the people who are coming here are not. And in most cases,
they could be.
Maybe, but you know, they don't pay taxes.
If they're allowed,
most of them don't speak English.
But that would be an argument for a pathway to citizenship, to legalizing them, bringing them out of the shadows. Because yeah, the problem, and this is one of the arguments about like, oh, it depresses the wages. What depresses wages is when you have people.
They do pay taxes, by the way. If you're an undocumented immigrant, you pay taxes, you pay sales tax. There are lots of taxes that you pay just by virtue of you. Like, you contribute to the system more than you take. There are plenty of tax benefits you don't get back from the government either, you know?
Who are not legalized, who are in the shadows, who are being paid under the table, oftentimes like less than minimum wage and not having to abide by labor regulations. What you're making is an argument for legalizing immigrants, for allowing in more legal immigrants versus having this massive shadow economy.
I actually don't support legalizing immigrants, and I don't support pathway to citizenship for the vast majority of people here. And I'll tell you why, which is that as fundamentally is a fairness issue. People like my parents spent years and tens of thousands of dollars on lawyers.
God, when I was your age, I had cancer and I just had to deal with it. But now there's a cure for cancer. That's, wow. Well, you don't deserve it. I didn't get a cure for cancer. Yeah.
Trying to get visas. They had PhDs and master's degrees. It's not that easy for people to get a visa to this country. You can ask anybody who's like me. I think it's bullshit, frankly, that you can just cross the border, just say, I fear for my life because El Salvador sucks, and you get to stay here. And you get to work for 5-10 years, liably never leave. The other case, and this is, look.
Why? Like, is it just spite then? Like, I know that for Sagar, the answer is racial. It's a racial thing. But, like, dealing with the pretend arguments, what is, like, notice how strong of opinions that people have on stuff like this, but when you give them any kind of like answers, or if you ask them for any like specific answers and why they feel that way, they're like, well, I don't know, it's just not like fair, I don't know. Like, it's, yeah. There was a new study about immigrants being unbelievably good for the economy. This? I think you linked the wrong thing, Quoteth. But we have studies that we've looked at before. Immigrants absolutely are to the benefit of this country. Everyone is enriched by them, including native citizens.
You can call me racist if you want. The vast majority of people arriving here have no skills. We're lucky if they have a 5th grade reading level.
I don't like Sagar myself, but are you sure he's saying it for racial reasons? Yeah, yes. Sagar is absolutely a fascist. Like, I've been watching him talk for years now. His policies are consistently in line with those of racists every time I see him talk about anything racists care about. Again, this is one of the ways you can tell, by the way, if a person wasn't racist, why would they have such a strong opinion against something that data indicates benefits us? What possible emotional biases could lead a person to be vehemently opposed to something that we know is to our benefit? People will get incredibly hardline when it comes to, like, we shouldn't be letting these people in. And then when you ask for specific reasons, they back off. And it's like, well, why? I mean, we'll hear his explanations, I guess. Maybe my mind will be changed.
Spanish, let alone in English. They're not educated in terms of the jobs that they're going to take. I mean, is it really fair to depress like wages for the lower class Americans?
It doesn't. Yeah, again, like if you pretend to care about this, why say things that are objectively wrong? It doesn't, And we need low-skill workers in America as well. We need agricultural workers. We need people who are doing landscaping. We need people who are working across every sector. Like the implication that we only need workers in sectors that involve that require PhDs is ridiculous. We need people working at every level. I'm not saying that we should exploit undocumented immigrants for their cheaper labor. I think they should be paid the same as anyone else, but we still need workers operating in those fields.
No, but absolutely.
The research.
It's a supply and demand issue. It's basic.
It's your assumption is that there's some set number of jobs in the economy and that's it. End of story. It doesn't shift. So
due largely to an unexpected surge in immigration, the U.S. economy will be about $7 trillion larger and federal revenues about $1 trillion bigger than the nonpartisan Congressional Budget Office said Wednesday. The impact is over 10 years, to be clear. It does not take into account any legislation that Congress may or may not approve. Labor force in 2033 is larger by 5.2 million people, mostly because of higher net immigration. GDP will be greater by about 7 trillion. Revenue will be greater by about 1 trillion. It's just good to have more people here,
Again, it comes back to, okay, then why is it a great thing for New Yorkers to be moving to Texas? Why is that great for Texas? Why isn't that them taking their jobs and depressing their wages and ruining their community, et cetera?
Many people in my home state of Texas would say it's ruining their community, and it is driving.
Oh, okay. Then why aren't we opposed to it?
Prices up because of the supply.
Yeah, but they brag about, all the moving vans coming here to Florida and to Texas.
Look.
But when it's American citizens coming from New York, then it's amazing and it's great for the economy, et cetera, et cetera. But somehow, even though it's just also people, they just happen to be coming from outside the country, then suddenly it's terrible. It doesn't make sense.
I just think there's a fundamental difference between a guy who makes $250,000 from New York and moves to Austin, who's paying taxes and can buy a house, than somebody who comes here with literally $0.
I think that's so.
What about poor people who move to Florida? So so again, notice the incoherence. If Sauger's arguments here were consistent, he would say, yes, we also shouldn't have poor people moving to Florida. We don't want poor people there. Now, if you understand how the economy works at even like a basic elementary level, you understand you can't have a state that consists entirely of people who make $250,000 a year, right? You can't, like Florida right now is having labor issues because they've been pushing immigrants and undocumented immigrants out of their fields. And as a consequence, they're having a job shortage, or not a job shortage, they're having a labor shortage that they're trying to fill up by pushing more kids to work. Like, remember, there was that Florida bill that was trying to expand the length of time during which children could work in given jobs when they should be getting a good education. Forcing children to work jobs when they should be focusing on schools also detracts from the local standard of education because you're splitting their attention. This argument is completely incoherent. It doesn't make any sense whatsoever.
Classist because
it's not classist. They're not. First of all, they're not from here, so they don't deserve anything.
Case example of why neoliberals are some of the dumbest idiots in human history. Well, no, neoliberals would be on the right side of this. Neoliberals like immigration because it's economically beneficial. Sauger is not a neoliberal; he's a fascist.
Yeah.
Because
it's not classist. They're not. First of all, they're not from here, so they don't deserve anything.
Great argument, by the way. Excellent high Q argument. Thank you for your logical argument on why it's bad for immigrants to come into the country. Well, they're not from here. They don't deserve. Thank you. Extremely rational. Super rational.
Yeah.
Think about, but put aside who deserves what, et cetera, et cetera. Just think about the best interest of the country. Like, it's very clear that some level of immigration, and you can see it again when we're talking about internal migration, is very good for local economies. And you know what? What we have seen as a nation of immigrants is that in these subsequent waves of immigration, some of the hardest working people, most family-oriented people, et cetera,
absolutely,
and more law-abiding, by the way, are immigrants.
Depends on the type, but yes.
Depends on the type. On the type. No, immigrants on average commit fewer crimes than non-immigrants.
Not true. If you look overall, immigrant populations more law-abiding than native-born citizens, not to mention, yes, when they first come and they're learning the language and they're new, et cetera, and they're bringing their cultures, we all know what the next generation looks like. They just look like Americans. Their kids are going to speak English. They're going to be 100% American.
Wow. By the way, Sagar's parents are immigrants. Dude, if you've been in this country if your family has been in this country for more than like a century or so, all of us just waffled in here. You know that, right? Like the modern conception of borders in a nation, that's modern. For most of America's history, the way you became a citizen of a nation was by like taking a boat here and then you're here. They didn't do strict background checks back then. How could they? Background checks in what, 1924? And if you go back even further than that, past the point you just showed up. If you took a boat over and you landed here and you walked onto the soil, congrats. Thus begins your new life in America, you know? Go back far enough and like literally everyone adhered to no standards in arriving here. And that was one of the things that allowed our country to grow as rapidly as it did. My ancestors just bought a boat ticket and showed up. Yeah. It took a while for them to even start passing laws on banning people, and it was because they were Chinese. Listen to this. Just so you guys understand what our country was built on, okay? The 1790 Naturalization Act, back in 1790, establishes the country's first uniform rule for naturalization. The law provides that free white persons who have resided in the U.S. for at least 2 years may be granted citizenship so long as they demonstrate good moral character and swear allegiance to the Constitution. So, apart from criteria that involve slavery and just explicit racial discrimination, what you have to do is live here for a bit and be of good moral character and swear allegiance to the Constitution. Okay. 1798, the Alien and Sedition Acts contain a number of stringent immigration enforcement provisions. Among other provisions, the laws require that non-citizens have resided in the U.S. for 14 years prior to naturalization, authorize the president to apprehend, restrain, or remove non-citizens who are citizens or subjects of countries with which the U.S. is at war, and allow the executive branch to deport any non-citizen deemed dangerous to the peace and safety of the United States. Notice how nothing here is saying you can't enter the country. It's just talking about becoming a citizen. That's it. If you just wanted to enter the country, you could. The only thing here that it mentions about removing you if you enter the country is if you are dangerous to the peace and safety of the United States or a citizen or subject of a country with which the United States is at war. Then we skip ahead 70 years to the Immigration Act of 1864, established the position of Commissioner of Immigration who reports to Secretary of State. 1882, the Immigration Act of 1882 constituting one of the first attempts at broad federal oversight of immigration. The law levies a tax of 50 cents for each passenger arriving by ship from a foreign port who is not a U.S. citizen to be paid by the ship's owner. The proceeds are deposited into a fund in the U.S. Treasury called the Immigration Fund, which the Treasury Secretary is authorized to use to defray expenses incurred in regulating immigration. The law further establishes that the U.S. will screen arriving passengers and anyone deemed, quote, a convict, lunatic, idiot, or person unable to take care of himself or herself without becoming a public charge shall not be allowed to land. So all the way back in 1882, the only restrictions were, 1, the captain of your ship had to give 50 cents over, which was probably like, I don't know, $100. And 2, you couldn't be a VGGer. And as long as you fulfilled those 2 requirements, you could just walk on in. Then you had the Chinese Exclusion Act. Chinese, you know, and gets more complicated the further on you go. The only point here that I'm making is that for a significant portion of American history, you could kind of just waddle on into the United States, you know?
Well, it depends. Look, George Borjas, who works over at Harvard University, has done a 2017 fantastic study which shows that mass illegal immigration largely depresses wages for lower-class Americans. So that's number one. I would say the
What? No, he had. Wait, that's a lie. Isn't that the thing in my document? Or is that a different study? Am I thinking of a different study? Oh, I think I'm thinking of a different study. This is the study where they say that immigration from the 1980s to 2000 is what led to a decrease in relative wages rather than, I don't know, Reagan destroying unions. No. I remember this. This was dog shit. They were basically, yeah. The argument was basically like, you know, the perfect correlation between between wages decreasing and union membership decreasing explained by Reagan era policies. Actually, it's because of immigration. We have studies on this. Illegal immigration does not depress wages for any Native American citizens over a longer period of time. And in the very, very short term, the only group it even slightly depresses wages for is Native workers who don't have a high school degree. But it's broadly beneficial to the economy, and even those Native workers who don't have a high school degree eventually do benefit.
Empirical data is pretty set on this in terms of the laws of supply and demand. But number two, again, is a deep philosophical difference. I think that the net migration level that we should have over the next 30 years should be 0. And this is my case again.
Again, like, if you actually gave a fuck about America, this is psychotic. Any assessment of our nation, population matrices, and the economy makes it incredibly clear that net zero immigration would be disastrous for our economy. It would be unbelievably bad, insanely bad. The only reason a person would believe this is just racial animus. That's it. That's the only reason. There is no economic assessment. There is no evaluation of the data that would lead one to fairly believe that we should benefit from net zero immigration. Borjas was the primary advisor to Jason Richwine, whose Harvard dissertation concluded that Latino immigrants to the U.S. are and will remain less intelligent than native whites. Yeah, that sounds about right. Borjas later said he did not find the IQ academic work all that interesting, i.e., let's keep the racism, implicit. Thank you.
Look, people will be like, how can a guy, son of Indian immigrants? By the way, my mom vehemently disagrees with me, if anybody wants to know. And she also votes, so she can vote the way that she wants, if people want to know. I'll tell you, which is that in the 1919s and the teens, we had a hyphenated American crisis, very similar to the one that we have here. Mass internal strife.
Vosh, while I agree that most immigration laws were put in place due to racism, you need to have an answer for when people bring up addition of things like income tax and social programs that didn't exist when people could just walk in. Yeah, but we already have data for that. First of all, undocumented immigrants don't benefit from Social Security or social programs. I guess they can walk into the ER if they need to, but we have data on this. The undocumented immigrants are disproportionately beneficial because they do pay into the system and benefit the economy, but they don't benefit in a lot of the ways that citizens do, or even people who are legitimately here, green card holders or whatever. And what's more, as for income tax, a lot of undocumented immigrants don't receive income tax, to be sure, but they also don't benefit from other stuff. There's data on the overall outcome of stuff like this, and it just doesn't work. They are a benefit to the economy.
Complete differences of opinion. People speak in German, people speak in Italian. They had dual loyalty to their old countries, as we saw during the First World War. It was a huge problem. We had a massive foreign-born population.
What? What is this century-old racism? Ah, yes, the Germans and the Polacks were corrupting the blood of the nation with their what? What dual loyalty? What are we talking about here? The country was fine. We made it. That's an actual lie. Yeah, just what an esoteric thing to make up. Yeah, back in World War I, our country was driven apart by all the immigrants. Hold on. Immigration to USA by year as percentage of population. Immigrants comprise 13.6% of the total U.S. population in 2021, a slight decrease from the 13.7% they comprised in 2019, and short of the record high of 14.8% back in 1890. I don't know, it seems fine to me. There was no dual loyalty. He's literally repeating anti-German American hysterics from the time. Yeah, it's like ancient racism. How racist do you have to be to start going on like the Germanic menace and the corruption of the, you know, Angloid blood? Here. Immigrants as percentage of the U.S. population from 1860 and onward. See? The blue line is the total number of immigrants, which has obviously gone up because the total number of people in the country have gone up. But as a percentage of the U.S. population, like we are now where we were through here? Did America fall apart in 1890? I don't know.
Equivalent only to today. Internal strife was solved one way. We dramatically lowered the level of immigration. We let people assimilate into the country. And for the next 40 to 50 years, we had very, very little immigration. Now, that is my case for us becoming a cohesive nation, which can have a
racially cohesive. Again, like, it's such an un-American talking point, too. Like, you've completely abandoned any pretense of a nation of immigrants or, like, a melting pot. It's like, this is literally just Nazi shit. Like, hey, I know what will reduce conflict. Ethno-nationalism.
True national identity, and one where the foreign-born population, where it is currently at an all-time high, should not continue to be higher with a orderly process. I will also say many Indians will be pissed off at what I'm saying, because I'm also claiming that legal immigration should go to net zero. And I strongly believe it, because I do believe that our current sovereignty and internal politics is so divisive largely because—
Gosh, this is a really bad take. Italians have a known criminal brow line and the brain case of an adulterer. Everyone knows this. That's true. That's true. Listen, I'm asking you guys to look past the empirics of the situation. I'm calling upon your heart, okay?
We do not relate to one another whatsoever. And
that really has nothing to do with immigration.
What?
Do believe that our current sovereignty and internal politics is so divisive largely because we do not relate to one another whatsoever. And
that really has nothing to do with immigration.
The third world is just not going to work.
Even if you look—
Remember earlier when someone asked, like, whether or not he was racist? It's just like, again, none of these arguments make sense if you're not a racist, like, at all. The arguments about a lack of cohesion, for example, the big divide right now politically in America is between urban and rural populations, not between different races. That's not like that's not as much of a descriptor, you know, in terms of like broad cultural affiliation. That's not really how it works. So he's talking about something that would nuke our economy. But again, every economist agrees on this. You will not find an economist who believes that a net zero immigration plan would be anything other than ruinous for America's economy. Like, you will not find those people. So the only reason you would believe this random, incoherent gibberish, this like, the blood of the nation, national coherence, what?
Look at like the political divide has never been actually less racially polarized than it is right now.
Sure.
And in fact, Republicans are winning. This is the other thing with all this like great replacement. Oh, they want to bring in all these immigrants just so they can vote for Democrats. Like, that's actually happening less and less. And Republicans love to brag about how they're winning over this population, but also fearmonger about how they could never win this population. So that's another part of the conversation that I think makes absolutely no sense and is utterly ridiculous. The divide in this country, yeah, some are, you know, there are some racial divisions, but
I actually think that Crystal is handing him down, by the way. Crystal's doing a great job. Not only has she been making good points, but she's also been delivering them in exactly the way that she should, you know, like calm, coherent. I think she's cooking a little bit, you know. I think she's got a big, you know, she's got the big American mixing pot right in front, you know.
Increasingly, we're actually less polarized among racial lines. And, you know, I would wager, and I think most people would agree, that ultimately the country was much better for those waves of Irish and Italian and Polish and German immigrants. I mean, that's part of what has made this country what it is.
Yeah, obviously, the founding stock of this country was tiny. We needed immigrants or the country would have grown incredibly slowly. The immigration was also a sign of our nation's strength. You guys realize a very high immigration rate is seen as a good thing, right? It means your country is desirable. That's a good thing. It means you have more people to work. It means you have more people to contribute. It means that your country is doing well enough that they can afford to bring in more people, like that we have the infrastructure to benefit from additional labor, and it shows our country is doing well enough that people want to be here. Like, these are all desirable elements. Countries that have low immigration rates desperately want to increase those immigration rates. Like, it's seen as a bad thing to not have immigration. Yeah, look at fucking Japan, dude. Look at Japan. Jesus Christ. That country is dying because they keep insistently, even though they've been laying off it a little bit lately because they need to, prevent immigrants from coming in, you know?
And I don't see this new wave of migrants coming from a different part of the world in any different way. So listen, is there a limit to how much we can, bring in at one time? Just again, practically, if you flood the zone with a whole bunch of new people and that creates housing, that there's problems. I'm not going to say that there's
also,
you can just bring in the whole.
They become part of the essential fabric of the nation. Right now, guys, our mental understanding of New Jersey, of New York, of areas like that are inseparable from the presence of Italian people. Like, literally, the New York City, one of the mega cities of the world, one of the prides, the gems of the United States, is conceptually heavily associated with Italian people because of their presence there, Texas, as much as they fucking hate Mexicans on like a state policy level, Texan culture is heavily derived from, well, that was Mexico, guys. They fought a whole war over it. There's so much in Texas that is the entire like cowboy aesthetic. Like, thank you, Mexico. This whole America is built off of the people in America. And if immigrants are part of the people in America, they are part of the people building America. And it always has been that way. And it's like that in every country on earth.
Whole world, and it's not going to cause an issue. But I do think that there's something fundamentally broken in a logic that would say, it's very clear when a place like the industrial Midwest empties out and these towns are decaying and people are fleeing. It's very clear that's a bad thing. It's very clear when it's New York and people are leaving New York that that's a bad thing. But then somehow, when it's other people who are coming in, which in a different scenario, if they, came from a different country, a different part of the world, you say, this is great, this is wonderful. Somehow that's terrible. It just doesn't make any sense to me. And I don't think that the studies back up. The studies show that if you have a massive undocumented illegal workforce, that can be a problem for wages. Actually,
there are. That is to be true, by the way. I don't advocate for mass undocumented immigration because I want them to be documented, The solution to that policy problem is to make documentation easier so that you don't have so many undocumented, people coming in. By the way, just as a reminder to you guys, America is like land given by God. America is so fertile and so large. Look at a population map of the United States. All the dark green areas here have fewer than one person per square mile on average. The lighter green, even slightly lighter, 1 to 10. The massive majority of our, let me see if I can find something comparable, like an older country. That's all mountainous region. A lot of this is uninhabitable, like portions of Nevada and like the Colorado, the Rockies, the Rockies. But a lot of it is perfectly habitable. Let me show you a comparison. 1 second. It's really easy to tell when you compare us to another nation in, say, Europe. Here's a population density map in France. You'll notice that while there is plenty of room in France that isn't occupied, the population density, it's a lot higher. Way, way, way higher. I know that these two maps don't use the same keys. I'm not saying that they're exactly identical or line up, but this is indicative, if nothing else, of the fact that, this is a pretty unique deal right over here, right? It's very, very clearly a There's room for people. Now pull up the terrain map. Again, I know that a lot of this area isn't difficult to settle, but that doesn't mean all of it is. Like, there's also area in France that's uninhabitable. We have room.
Actually, documented immigrants, the overwhelming majority of studies show it's actually good for, it's neutral on wages, in general is good for the economy and helps for the like thriving of that local area. So that's why
it's slightly positive actually on wages, because keep in mind, immigrants don't just increase the demand for jobs, they increase the supply, because immigrants are now people in your country who are buying things and spending money. So there is now more, there's more mouths to feed, so to speak, and therefore more demand for jobs. It balances itself out. If just increasing the number of workers strangled out jobs, the same would be the case for natural-born births. If that was really the argument, like, oh, wow, more people coming in will take our jobs, there won't be enough jobs, the same could be said of having more children then.
You know, again, I'm not like open borders, just, you know, let's have an unlimited number. But I think we can handle a lot more than we have. I think it'd be good for all kinds of people, all kinds of parts of the country. And I also just think it's fundamentally like goes against some core American values, this complete attack on the asylum process and this idea that we don't care if you're being persecuted. We don't care if you fear for your lives. You know, we don't care if you're like, you know, a Jew trying to escape Nazi Germany or whatever.
Well, that's not fair.
It is. If you're ending the asylum process, it is.
These people are not fleeing Holocaust.
Yeah, but
okay?
no, but some people, no.
They're fleeing gang violence.
Yeah,
by the way.
But hold on.
Okay.
But if you
fear for your life, you fear for your life. That's the asylum process.
end the asylum process, you are telling people who would potentially be fleeing a Holocaust, like, we don't care. That's too bad. We're full.
What we could say is if there's a future Holocaust, then sure, we on a case-by-case basis, we can evaluate what's going to happen. And again, I would even say is that okay, El Salvador. Let's currently
go waiting for the Holocaust to Electric Boogaloo, and we're keeping 6 million people there waiting at the docks while we do like a 1-year process through every fucking person trying to come in. The U.S. did turn away Jews fleeing the Holocaust. Yes, we did.
Look, everyone likes to talk about root causes. Well, what just happened? We just had a mass election of a right-wing authoritarian president who threw all the criminals in jail and dramatically lowered their murder rate. That
okay, in El Salvador, right? Okay.
Proves they are adults with agency. They can elect leaders who want to deal with their problems and deal with their own problems. And
guys, is your area being terrorized by gang violence? Is your life under threat? Have you considered simply voting away the corruption in gangs? Hey, did you know that it's theoretically possible to arrest gang leaders? Haha. So like, this would unironically be like this would be like arguing that the Jews are at your docks, the Holocaust is happening, and you're like, I'm pretty sure in the past people have done coups of leaders. Like, you could just do a coup of Hitler. Why didn't you do that? Like, you're an adult, sort out your own problems. Just total non-fucking argument. Non-argument. Sagar is really just a fucking POS, isn't he? Well, yeah.
And stay where they are. El Salvador's problems are El Salvador's. Venezuela's problems are Venezuela's. Has it been exacerbated by U.S. sanctions? Sure. But at the end of the day, it's not our problem. It's not our...
Wait, what? Hey, have the problems there been exacerbated by our behavior? Sure, maybe, yeah. But who cares? Oh, great. Phenomenal fucking argument. Excellent. Just fantastic. Did we do it? Yeah, I mean, to an extent, sure. But, you know, not our problem. It is, actually. That is the definition of it being your problem, I think.
Fault that your country, if your country sucks, it's your responsibility to fix it.
Jewish problems are Jewish problems, Sagar in the 1940s. Yeah, I like how he was like, that's not fair. Don't say I wouldn't provide, shelter for Holocaust victims. And then he goes on to give all of the arguments that people gave when turning away the Jews.
But see, I just look at this totally different. I mean, first of all, like, you know, we can't exempt ourselves from the foreign policy that we up till very recently were, you know, screwing over these countries, or the drug war that is one of the, you know, most critical root causes in making many of these places incredibly violent. But even if you put that aside, like I said, like, I don't see this as like a punishment. I think if you look at it through another lens of, you know, typically it's a great thing when people want to move to a place. When they want to move to Florida, somehow it's a great thing. You know, when they want to move to Texas, somehow it's a great thing. So I don't see this as like, oh, we're being punished by having to clean up other people's
He's doing a line on the other just outside of camera frame.
messes. No, I think we should have a process that's orderly. I think we should have enough resources to be able to deal with the number of people that are coming. I think we should have an ability, you know, a system that makes sense, that lets in a certain number, you know, that's not going to overwhelm the entire country. But we should in general see it as a good thing that people want to come to the United States of America and still see it as the land of opportunity.
You should see it as a land of opportunity. It should be. It should be a land of opportunity for people who live here and people who are natural-born U.S. citizens or lawful permanent residents.
But that's the thing is like you see this as a zero-sum game, and it's not. It's not.
Like I said, there's a lot of data to back it up. Now,
The idea that immigration is a zero-sum game is factually incorrect. No matter what, there's no getting around that. You might as well argue that the sky is green or what. Like it's you're arguing against the cosmos. You rage against the sun because it rises in the east and not as you claim from the south. You are delusional if you think that economics is a zero-sum game.
in terms of the difference between the Irish and the German is we were a rapidly industrializing economy which needed cheap labor. I would also say that a lot of people who were natural born hated the Irish and the Germans with some good reason because
and inventing new esoteric forms of fascism by like Googling how many racial slurs do you think Sagar knows that stopped being used in the 1800s, you know?
Because they were depleting their wages and were willing to work for much less than they were, and they were driving around their overall wages.
This is one of the reasons why you always have to be critical of these Sagar, Tucker Carlson types who are fake economic populists. New labor does not depress wages. Business owners depress wages. When wages go down, that's not like a magic force that happens as an inevitable product of a new wave of workers having a different skin tone or accent or language. It's because the business owners think they can get away with paying those groups less because those groups are more desperate and subject to racial discrimination. That's it. Otherwise, a sudden population boom, like say, for example, in the 1950s, would have led to a depressing of wages. Guys, the baby boomers, conceived back in 1945, 46, 47, raised into adulthood through the 1960s and early 70s, did all wages decrease when that population boom suddenly happened? Where were all the wage decreases? Where are they? Where'd they go? No, because having more workers doesn't just decrease wages on its own. The bourgeoisie, the capital class, the bosses, the boss, will take whatever opportunities they can to lower the wages they pay. It is materially incentivized for them to do so. And if they're going to use racism as a pretext for that, they will. Economies grow. That's what they do, ideally. Unless you enforce net zero immigration.
Which led to major labor disputes even within unions at the time. So
because of racism, because business owners tried to convince white union workers to not ally with non-white potential union workers, because a shared white, non-white union bloc would have been undefeatable. So the only way to break them up was to exacerbate racial tensions between the groups.
That played out 100 years ago, but that was 100 years ago, and we can say what it is. Today, we are not a rapidly industrializing economy or a rapidly deindustrializing economy. We don't need a lot of cheap labor. The predominant...
We absolutely need lots of... Wait. Businesses have been for years now complaining about a lack of workers. What? Wait, this is like front page news economically every day. What the fuck are you talking about? This is like a big deal right now. Businesses are complaining that they're not able to get the work that they need. Like, what do you mean?
amount of cheap labor that does come here and ends up work in places like home health care space. They don't. They end up depressing wages in places like construction and others. And there's also
no, they don't. The evidence doesn't back that. Also, we need construction and home health care workers and agriculture workers. Undocumented immigrants. What are they even doing? Growing food, taking care of our elderly, building new buildings. What are you going to fill that building with? Mexicans? No, thank you.
Also, we have a housing supply issue. I mean, you know, like, where are these people going to live? But then, look, this is why I don't even like to have an economic argument as much. It's about process and it's about legality.
See, I don't even like to have an economic argument because it's not about economics. All of his economic positions are completely made up and incoherent. It's about race, but he can't just outright say race, so he has to say stuff like, you know, actually, it's about, like, the philosophy. It's about the principle of the matter, you know? Just nonsense, waffly bullshit like that.
If, for example, and you're using the ones about El Salvador, why is it fair that we invaded Iraq and Iraqis can't just walk here? Don't they have more right to live here than anyone in El Salvador? I would say, yeah, absolutely.
Sure, if Iraqi immigrants want to come in, then yeah, sure, yeah. There's an ocean, but yeah, they can't walk. They would, like, drown.
Let them in too.
But it's not fair because they can't walk here.
See, like, he's like, so according to your logic, Iraqi citizens should be able to come here. Is that what you want? And Crystal Ball is like, yeah. And he's like, well, it can't happen anyway.
We do have special programs for, I think, Iraqis, but definitely Afghan interpreters as well, who helped us in our war.
So absolutely, that's the clarity. But not every random Iraqi who happened to live in the country between 2003 and 2020.
Why not? Yeah, why not? I mean, they come here to work, don't they? Like, they can't just show up and not work, so they don't even get welfare if they're undocumented, right? So, like, work, yeah.
It's not a fair process that just because you can walk across Mexico, or if you're some Chinese or Haitian or whatever, that Somali or whatever, you can afford a ticket to there, that puts you ahead of the line.
It's not fair to let people walk to America because it's unfair to people who can't walk. What the fuck is Blood waffling about? This is why, like, you know, in his, like, this would all make so much more sense if he could just make racial arguments, but instead he has to, like, desperately cobble together anything, just, like, pathetically, you know, like, well, it's unfair to people where there's water, there's not a bridge to Iraq, you know.
And the reason that these are all men is because it is based upon a belief that you can come here, you can Western Union your money back, and most of these countries, just so people know, huge portions of their economy come from illegal labor. And
They're called remittances, and yeah, oftentimes men who are not given to take care of the children and who are expected to be able to find work easier make the journey up here, and then they save a portion of their wages to send them back to their family. It's called traditionalism. Thank you.
Union transfers from the United States. They're called remittances. There was a huge effort in the Trump years to try and tax remittances, which of course the Republicans quashed, but, you know, it's secondary.
Yeah, you should. What? An extra tax because you're sending money out of the country? What insane horseshit is that? Do you know how dangerous that would be to trade? You want to do a second tax on income because it crosses borders? How would you even do? That's already the case at a systemic level, right? But, like, if you're just sending it over, like, you don't get an extra tax placed on your on your money that you send to a person in a different country, right?
For the conversation right now. My only point is that it has to be orderly. I think we agree. But on the net benefit, I totally disagree that a bunch of people who cannot even speak English, the vast majority of these people, some of them don't even speak Spanish. Listen, I think a lot of people don't understand.
This may become...
Yeah, they would speak Portuguese then? Wait, is he implying that they're like they don't speak any language at all? What is he implying by that? Is that they have no language? Actually, a lot speak indigenous languages. Okay, then they speak. Okay, then like what? Like they speak a language? I don't understand.
Controversial on the left. Like, I don't actually have a problem with part of the citizenship process being a requirement to speak English. So make that a requirement. I mean, that's the thing is you can't say.
But that's citizenship. I'm talking about living here.
But you can't say you have to follow the process. But then there is no process to follow, and be like, also, I'm going to make sure that there is no process to.
Yeah, excellent point from Crystal Ball here, by the way, that this guy is simultaneously saying, follow the process, you got to follow the law, but he's also trying to make the process non-existent. He's like, I will get rid of all immigration. But if you want to immigrate, then you should follow the law. What law? You don't want there to be any way to immigrate, so why are you pretending that you care about the process of immigration? You're just as opposed to the process being done legitimately as you are to undocumented immigration. You want them both gone.
To follow. I just, I think that's fundamentally unfair. And, the other thing is, like, there's this assumption that everyone in the world would come to the United States of America if they could. Would. And that's just not borne out by the data. Even among, there's a lot of focus on the like Central and South American migrants who come here. There's far more Venezuelans who have migrated to neighboring countries to Venezuela than there are who have attempted.
Yeah, this is like when people in Europe spent all of 2015 and 16 pretending that the Syrian refugees were like flooding into Europe, when in reality, the vast majority of them were being taken by like Turkey. Like Turkey took in millions of Syrians, and some of the Western European countries took in like 10 to 100,000, like a relatively low number, and they were acting like it was the fucking end of the world. And then of course, like nothing happened, crime didn't go out, like everything was fine, but they were racist, so.
Attempted to come here. People typically, they want to, if they're under pressure, first of all, most people don't want to leave their homes. And I think anyone out there could relate to like, you like where you live, you have a certain level of comfort, like you want to stay in your home. So already, if you're like, I have to migrate, this is a pretty...
Also, fun fact, even in Turkey, the immigrants are a net benefit to the economy. Is there a study on that? Syrian refugee effect on Turkish economy. I find it difficult to imagine that anything in Turkey could be good, like economically speaking, Also, I am generally quite in favor of immigration, but taking in millions of refugees basically overnight is always going to be very, very difficult. Trying to see find a study on this. A lot of the Syrian refugees also weren't even given work permits to begin with, which kind of feels like you're guaranteeing that they become an economic burden. I'm not going to look up research right in the fly, but I'll look into it in the
extraordinary circumstance. Then most people, the overwhelming majority of migrants, are looking to go to the countries that are most proximate, where, again, they may have family ties or it just may feel more comfortable for them or whatever. So it's not true that if you, open things up, that literally everyone in the world would want to come here. That's just not the way it works.
Well,
so, to your point about like, oh, it's not fair that Iraqis can't come. Like, okay, so let's get them plane tickets.
Right, but they can't.
Fucking based ass Crystal Ball, man. Jesus Christ. Yeah, exactly, Arsa Carva. I don't think that any country should allow literally infinite immigration, because while population growth is a good thing for an economy, unrestricted population growth past a certain point is detrimental, right? Much in the same way that, obviously you need the infrastructure to be able to handle it. Right now, America can handle the immigrants we're getting. We know that. Like, it's not destroying our economy. Our economy is still exploding up. It's still going up. So that's just not an issue here. I wouldn't accept us taking in like 10 million immigrants a year or something, because maybe that would be significant enough that it would be an issue.
My point. And look, Gallup survey 2021, 900 million people would migrate to the West if they could. Sorry, that's just not going to happen. And this is the same thing whenever it comes to
I'm not arguing that we should just like let an unlimited number in. I just think the focus only on restrictionism. And here's the other thing that I'll say is there's this assumption that the more cruel and restrictive you are at the border, number one, the more orderly it's going to be. That's not true, because almost definitely the more that you're squeezing the number of actual...
Vosh, he only has a platform to spew Nazi particles because of Crystal. Actually, it's the opposite way around. Sagar has relatively more clout than Crystal. This is Crystal being given a platform. This channel is largely far right, so her presence here is more of a mediating force than the opposite, where Sagar would be like the corrupting force. Does he? Yeah, oh yeah, he does. You know, you realize Sagar was actually considered as one of the potential debate moderators back in 2020 for the presidency. He was considered between Biden and Trump to be one of the people the RNC would choose to mediate the debate. He has more clout than you guys think.
Legal migrants, the more you're going to have illegal migrants, because these are not people who are like casually leaving their homes. They have, you know, real reasons and are not going to be and haven't shown any deterrent.
Crystal is the liberal that gets owned. I don't really think she does that. I don't think this is like one of those hackneyed Fox News bits where the liberal just gets meekly overrun. I think that, look, I have disagreed with Crystal Ball plenty, but I try to make sure they're like justified criticisms. And so far here, I think she's just been killing it. So I don't really have much else to say, right? That's the, you know.
Based on the cruelty at the border or the restrictionist policies at the border. I'll give you a perfect example. After Trump instituted the child separation policy, with these dramatically cruel images, I mean, some of the most like cruel imagery you could possibly imagine coming out, the number of migrants actually went up. There has been no evidence that the more you crack down at the border, that it actually serves as a deterrent effect and people don't come. That simply has not worked out in history. So even if your goal is like, let's keep people away, the restrictionist direction isn't effective for that.
The counter to that is that the reason they started coming back is because Trump caved and he actually went away from family separation. And he basically reverted back to the original policy. The one reason, the one time it worked was during the pandemic when we didn't...
That's complete bullshit, I'm pretty sure. There might be some relationship. First of all, Sagar just defending kidnapping children from parents here. Like, remember how his policy here is supposed to be, I don't want any net immigration? If that was the case, then all he should be saying here is, yeah, I don't think it's good to have them here, but instead he's defending every cruel thing we could possibly do to or say about those immigrants, including kidnapping their children for no reason. He is literally describing the child separation policy as beneficial, as a deterrent. Remember that the Trump administration framed it as a safety thing to make sure those kids were really the kids of the migrants coming over, but he's being straightforward with it. He's being open. He's saying, no, it was just torture. We were just doing torture to deter people, you know? Hell yeah. Let's do away with the lie that this was about protecting children. It was to terrify them. We were torturing children, kidnapping them from their families, as an example for punitive as a punitive measure. Anyway, the idea that meaningfully deterred immigration, I just don't think that holds up. There were tons of immigrants coming in under Trump too, right? Like, there are other circumstances at play here.
Allow people to cross illegally, period. And you have to stay in Mexico, which I support that policy. If you
But that didn't mean that people weren't coming. It just meant that they were being dealt with at a different point.
Yeah, and that's great.
And the Remain in Mexico policy I have some issues with, but the general principle of we should have structures and bureaucracy in place so that the whole of the issue isn't being dealt with at the border, I do think actually makes sense.
Yeah, I agree. There's actually was a Trump policy at the time, which Biden did away with, which encouraged people to apply for asylum in their home country at the U.S. Embassy if they wanted to. Unfortunately, that policy was done.
Let's just apply our brains for a second. You're fleeing a country because it's rife with danger and you fear for your safety, or things are, the opportunities are terrible, blah, 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 okay? So your solution is, what if you go to the U.S. Embassy and file there, and then sit and wait in that country for 15 years while the threat that you're trying to flee continues to persist or gets worse? Because the processing time for migrancy is incredibly long, you know? I am in imminent threat and danger of the negative circumstances present. I will file a report and then wait 20 years to get a no back, you know? And by the way, you know for a fact that demons like Sagar would show that as evidence that they're not actually a threat. He would point to that and go, see, if they were really migrants, then they would have fled the country. You think they're really a threat when they're just sitting there dealing with it? Like, it's an unwinnable situation. In both, like, directions, he would say it's bad. Remember, he wants net zero immigration here.
Done away with, which I don't
There was
support.
also a Biden policy that would use this CBP1 app or something like that would allow people to apply in their home countries, which also was incredibly effective, and which Republicans have, you know, one of the things that they're citing as a problem here is that it would enable that program to continue.
I am not saying the Republicans have been perfect on this issue. In fact, they've been complicit, and in many cases have abetted this because it's good for big business. Let's, you know, in terms of the wage theory. So,
and the economy at large. This was a talking point I had to deal with a lot back in 2019, 2020, back when Trumpsters pretended to have economic positions, was they would do this faux populist thing of pretending that the only people who benefit from immigration are big business and not the entire country. That was a big point with Carl Benjamin, Sargon of Akkad, where he would be like, you, a socialist, want to benefit big business by letting immigrants in, And then I'd say, yes, and I think those immigrants should be paid the same wages as everyone else, thus making the benefits broader. And then he'd be like, but wouldn't big business benefit from the workers being here at all? And then you'd say, well, the same would be the case for people just having more births because they're just workers. Like, obviously, business does benefit from the presence of workers. That's kind of how businesses work. But it didn't go anywhere because, you know, he's thick.
So that's what I would say. I am not a Republican stand here. I'm purely representing the interests, I guess, of Mr. Sagar and Jetty. From my, again, I think philosophical difference is that I think mass illegal migration is bad. I think mass migration net is also bad for the United States. The foreign-born population is far too high. We need a long period of assimilation and of a strong social safety net policy. And I firmly believe that overall, that this type of...
Why, though? There's no why. Literally, there's no why. He just straightforwardly. It's just like, why? Well, why? Why do you want this? Well, because the philosophical difference he's referring to here is racism. That's the difference.
Of unmitigated control and all that actually does a great disservice to people like my family and others who came to the country legally, and it is an unfair policy.
See, again, you know this is bullshit because he wants to reduce all immigration to zero. So this whole, like, you shouldn't promote undocumented immigration because it's a disgrace to legal immigrants. He doesn't want legal immigration either. He's not doing it like a civility, like legal distinction between the two groups. He wants it all gone. It's bullshit.
You had the ability to.
Yeah.
And your family had the money
to.
That's
right.
And
yes.
that's
not unfair.
How is that fair? How is that fair, though? Because you had the resources to do it, and you happen to be from a country where there was a possibility of getting in, that you're able to.
Well,
how the fuck is that not fair? Wait, earlier he's like, it's not fair that people from Iraq can't walk to America. And now he's like, but actually it's perfectly fair that my parents got to get in because they got in like before this arbitrary zero immigration deadline I'm proposing for no reason. And also that they had the money to facilitate the travel. That's totally fair. That's a normal, but they're not being a land bridge from Iraq. That's the unfair part.
First of all, nobody owes anybody. So in terms of policy, it makes sense that you probably want people who are higher skilled, who already speak English, and who are well educated, so they can more firmly and easily fit into the overall economy.
See, I don't really accept that.
Well, but that's a difference. And then I don't think anybody has a right to come here.
So
and in fact, my net is that nobody has a right to come here.
Here's what I would say.
Yeah.
I do think mass illegal migration is a problem.
Yes.
Not knowing who's coming in, having chaos at the border, having people who are being paid under the table, and who could, because they're working in the shadows, that can depress wages, no doubt. That is for sure an issue. Having a, significant level.
Honestly, I want her to ask him, why don't we deport you? Yeah, what would his answer to that have to be? He's literally a second generation immigrant from India. She could be like, well, then don't you think that America would have better dealt with this cultural incongruity by doing this policy earlier? Wouldn't it be better for you to leave? And he'd be like, well, no, I think the net zero thing could start now. My parents got in before. It's like, oh, well, if you really want national congruity, why should we let immigrants in now? Why shouldn't we just just retroactively kick them out if we're looking so like for national unity? Why? Like his argument doesn't defend himself because there is no argument, because it doesn't make any sense, because the answer is racism and that's it. Like that's literally it. Again, I know it's tiring for me to repeat it over and over and over and over and over again. But that's it. Like that is the reason. It's that simple. It's this meme. It's this meme. Literally every fucking time, dude. This is how I feel about Canadian racists, you know, like all like Steven Crowder and shits like that, you know, every fucking time.
Of legal migration where people have a path where you can put the requirement, okay, they have to speak English or whatever. I think that is net and throughout history has shown to be net beneficial to America. I think it's a core part of why America has been as, you know, economically successful and as vibrant and thriving and innovative as it has been throughout history. So I just, you know, and there isn't evidence that legal immigrants negatively impact wages for anyone, as I said before. So as a population, they tend to be overall more law-abiding. That's what the numbers show. Tend to be some of the hardest working people in the entire country. And actually, you know, oftentimes tend to have a lot of conservative values that Republicans are excited to, you know, crow about and try to win over when it's convenient for them politically.
No question. You're right. I think immigration has obviously been a net positive to America. Wouldn't be here without it.
What?
Yeah.
Throughout the past. But I would also, again, I would say that periods of great migration were also followed by periods of great shutdowns. And I think there was deep wisdom.
No, not at all. The only shutdown, the only decrease in proportional immigration rates would have been like in the post-World War II period up till like the 1960s. Like there's one little thing. Like it's no, the data doesn't support that. This is completely different from his previous argument. Yeah, I wonder, it really makes me wonder if there's some kind of like hidden underlying belief that he has that is actually the best explainer of his policies that isn't being explicitly laid out here for one reason or another.
In that, because it allowed for assimilation, it allowed for the benefit of that industrialization before we had overall changes to our laws, the Immigration and Naturalization Act of 1960.
He's obviously a communist, Nutters. True.
Which by and large has not changed, and I think dramatically should change. We currently have a chain migration-based system where if you happen to have a relative here, it's easier to migrate, which is nuts because it also should be merit-based, which is what I support.
I don't think that's nuts. I think it makes sense that if you have, I mean, this is again like a tradition in America is if, you know, people who are in your family come and then they sort of set up and then you have a support system that
just
you can come
and
tie
doesn't
into.
Mean it's good.
I mean, but I think, I mean, to me, it makes some
sense.
sense.
But he can't demonstrate how it's bad apart from him just gesturing at it.
Sure. I mean, look, it has its proponents. That's why it's been the law of the land for the last 50 years. What I would say is I think we should move like Australia, Canada, and many other Western developed countries to a dramatically merit-based immigration system with a point-based in terms of the criteria we've talked about, being able to speak English, et cetera. But that belies the fact that...
But our economy is better than any of those countries. Why should we, the United States of America, the most powerful nation on earth, adjust our immigration policy so that we can become like the inferior countries that are weaker than us? Why would we do that? Why? Why would we do that?
It's not going to be fair. It's not fair because immigration shouldn't be fair. Not everybody should have an equal right to immigrate or go anywhere. And I don't
It shouldn't. Wait, earlier he was complaining that the system wasn't fair because Mexicans had a land link to the U.S. and now he's saying he doesn't want. What is he? Oh my dude! It's like he hasn't even practiced the fake arguments, you know?
An equal right to set foot in any country. Whenever I go through passport control, any country in the world can deny me if they want to. I don't care. I don't have a problem with that.
But Sagar, you know the
reality.
reality.
Go to Poland or whatever.
You know the reality is because we are relatively well off and American, we pretty much can go wherever we want.
Mostly,
we pretty much can go whatever we want. So what you're advocating for is a policy where basically like rich people can come and poor people can't. And I, you know, even outside of the fairness, I don't actually think that that is the ideal migration system because again, I think it's classist. I think it ignores the
Sagar and Jetty's weak virginal faux populism when confronted by crystal balls, Chad, sincere populism, you know?
Skills and the abilities that, you know, people who happen to...
Crystal Ball's official position is that we should build a land bridge from America to Iraq because it's not fair that poor people get to walk up here from El Salvador, but they can't from Iraq. That's the Crystal Ball platform. Crystal Ball 2028. We're going to build a fucking land bridge, okay? We're going to build a goddamn... It's going to cut the entire Atlantic in half, horizontally, right through it. And all of the poor, dispossessed... Oh, what did I just hit? Whatever. All the poor, dispossessed Iraqi people, they are going to walk across that land bridge. And who's going to pay for it? The rich! The 1%! For too long, the 1% have been able to enjoy the benefits of their mega yachts and of their cruises, while the 99% have had to wait for the occasional cold season that allows land bridge to form. Now, under my administration, we will build land bridges at a high enough level, above sea level, that people will be able to walk across them even when it is very hot outside.
Again, I think it's classist. I think it ignores the skills and the abilities that, you know, people who happen to have been born in the wrong country and to the wrong set of parents that they can bring to the table. And I think that's demonstrated by the strength of America through migration throughout our history.
My care for the poor and the lower class extends to the borders of the United States.
We love our faux populist allies to the poor, don't we, folks? We love fascist insincerity when they pretend to care about the plight of the poor. We love it, don't we? We love it, don't we, folks?
For everybody beyond that, I hope for the best for you, but it's not my problem. And that can sound harsh if you want, but I've seen enough of the world to know that there is so much suffering that is out there that there's absolutely nothing I can do about it. My parents are from India. I feel no obligation to street urchins in India. I think that's the Indian government's problem.
It really is incredible how with people like this, once you bat aside their feeble attempts at justifying what they believe, their actual underlying belief is that they're just evil. Like, that's actually, like, once they run out of pretext, the follow through, the thing they arrive at is just like, actually, they literally just starts talking like Disney villains, you know? Just like, no, I don't care about the poor urchins and I don't care. My concern for people is gone. Like, just, it's hysterical, you know? And it's completely unjustifiable, but like, that's the logic of fascism. The fascism will excuse anything in the name of nationalism because fascism is worship of the state, the existing one or a hypothetical future one when fascists are in control.
I think it's really sad. I've seen a lot of them, you know, in horrible sanitary conditions, but I believe that
Crystal Ball is literally just thinking, like, is there a way for me to diplomatically call him evil?
Number is so vast and so grand that there's a certain hubris to the extent that we can think that we can extend those rights and benefits to everybody.
And that's where you and I are just fundamentally different.
And
because
also, keep in mind, immigration benefits the United States. This isn't even a matter of being charitable to other countries. Another thing I think we should do, we all live on one world, we're all citizens of that world, but immigration benefits us. Net zero immigration would be disastrous for our economy. He wants to hurt Americans, too, in the service of racism.
the fact that we can't solve every problem for every person in the world does not harden my heart to being able to do what we can within the bounds of things that, again, are actually good for our country and have been shown to be good for our country over time. And the last thing I'll just go back to, it doesn't make any sense to me that when New Yorkers are fleeing to Texas, oh my God, this is terrible for New York. But when migrants who, again, over time, law-abiding, more law-abiding than the native-born population, hardworking, have gone through hell in order to get here, are going to probably be way more patriotic than your average American. But when they come, suddenly it's a disaster and it's terrible for the state. It doesn't make it just doesn't make sense to me.
Well, public opinion doesn't agree with you. I can at least say that.
I don't know about that. I think
what? Public opinion says we should do net zero immigrant. What? What retort is that? Is it over? I think it's over.
There are a lot of Americans who are very committed to the basic concept of America as a nation of immigrants who, you know, I mean, this is again, Biden ran on this last time around and he won the presidency. And I think it's foolish for him to completely abandon the more inclusive messaging, not, you know, any sort of radical open borders thing, but to the more inclusive messaging, values-based messaging that helped him win the White House. I think it's a dramatic political mistake.
We'll see. We've been going for an hour, I believe. So if people want to leave a comment and let us know.
What do the comments have to say about this? Crystal's comparison between internal and external migration is so stupid it hurts. Nice counter argument. I don't usually reject or dislike Crystal outright, but the 2 sentences to her talking about a spin she's putting is fucking horrible. Pretty far on the restriction side of things. 5K a day is 1.8 million a year. 1.8 million immigrants a year, even if they were all fully documented, would only be 0.5 percentage point of our population per year. We could probably do 1 percentage point per year and be fine. That's probably good. Even 2%, you know, depending on the infrastructure. I think Sagar has a point. He himself is proof that immigration brings bad things here. Yeah, Sagar's high IQ strategy was to actually get left-leaning people on board with getting rid of all immigration by making himself so detestable that they pivot to that in like a last-ditch effort, you know? Yeah, Crystal did really well there. I'm glad. I don't really particularly enjoy like seeing anything from Crystal Ball and getting all angry about it. You know, I like believing that there are good people and good things out there. Yeah. Look, just as a final summary to points here, the problem with mass undocumented immigration is a logistical, bureaucratic one. Having a lot of immigrants coming in is a good thing. It's a good thing. It benefits our country. Empirically, economically, it does. Mass undocumented immigration has issues largely tied to the fact that they just shouldn't be undocumented, you know? It also makes undocumented workers much easier victims of crime because they're disincentivized from going to the police. It makes them easier to traffic. It makes them easier to get into crime because they don't have as many legitimate opportunities in this country. It's just silly. They should be given a path to, you know, to at the very least, leaving aside path to citizenship, at the very least, they should be made proper immigrants, not undocumented. They should be given their documentation, you know? Interesting, Ken Monger. That's true, Hidem. Yeah, that's true. All right, that was a good segment. I didn't realize it would go so long. I wanted to do a segment on Aaron in the Morning's coverage of some leaked Republican audio. Unfortunately, it's past the end of stream time, so I'm going to have to read that and do donations tomorrow. But you started late. But as we've come to understand from Sagar and Jetty, life isn't fair. So there's so much more happening with that. With the trans Republican thing, though. I mean, yeah. Vosh, what's 9 plus 10? 21, of course. Don't be silly. All right, I'm gonna send you guys over to Shark. It's been a while since we've hosted Shark. I gotta throw you guys over to Shark. Go on over there and be nice, folks. Okay, I love you all very, very much. You're beautiful people. Please take care. I enjoyed stream tremendously. Sorry we couldn't cover the entire video of Tucker Carlson and Vladimir Putin. It's just it wasn't in the cards. You gotta forgive me. I love you. All right, I'll send you over. I'll see you guys soon.